Αν είμαστε έτοιμοι, μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε. Ωραία. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλή σας ημέρα. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στο Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο στην έναρξη των εργασιών της 4ης συνάντησης Πριτάνεων των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων της Συμμαχίας Αθένα. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are all welcome you to the Hellenic Mediterranean University of Greece here in Heraklion at the opening session of the 4th Athena European University meeting. Είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι που σας καλωσορίζουμε με τους εκλεκτούς μας εταίρους της Συμμαχίας για να ενισχύσουμε και να προωθήσουμε τον καινούργιο θεσμό των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων. We are very happy to welcome you and that we participate in the new institution of the European universities with you, our partners of ATHENA Alliance. Ελπίζουμε οι εργασίες κατά τη διάρκεια αυτού του τριημέρου να συναντήσουν τους στόχους της Συμμαχίας προς τη νέα ταυτότητα της ανώτατης πανεπιστημιακής εκπαίδευσης στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. We hope the proceedings of this three-day meeting will meet the aims of ATHENA Alliance to the new identity of higher education in European Union. We would like to invite the rector of Hellenic Mediterranean University, Professor Nikos Katsarakis, to welcome you.
It's a very happy moment to welcome you here at Heraklion in Crete, dear partners, dear friends. So, esteemed rectors of the European University Athena, esteemed Deputy Minister of Culture and Sports, esteemed members of the Greek Parliament, esteemed Governor of the region of Crete, Mr. Arnautakis, esteemed Deputy Mayor of Social Services of Heraklion, Ms. Papadaki, esteemed Head of General Directorate of Higher Education, Mr. Yiannopoulos, dear guests, dear colleagues at HMU, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the 4th face-to-face ATHENA Alliance meeting, which is hosted by the Hellenic Mediterranean University at Heraklion between the 15th and the 17th of June. The Hellenic Mediterranean University, HMU, was founded during the reformation process of the Hellenic higher education system, which took place in Greece in 2019 as the evolution of the Technological Educational Institute of Crete after almost 40 years of academic development and progress. HMU has its main campus in Heraklion, Crete, and branches in Chania, Rethymno, Agios Nikolaos, and Sitia. It currently consists of 5 faculties and 11 academic departments with approximately 12,000 undergraduate and postgraduate students and around 500 permanent and part-time teaching and research staff. The university provides high-quality undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral education in the fields of engineering, management and economics, health and welfare, agriculture, and music and optoacoustics technology. It conducts high-impact research in the aforementioned subject, which is reflected in scientific publications in high-profile scientific journals and in the success in undertaking and participating in research programs, both national and international. HMU is also a proud member of the European University Athena, Advanced Technology Higher Education Network Alliance, funded by Erasmus Plus and Horizon 2020, and holds its presidency during this year. We are very honored to welcome today our Athena academic partners from Portugal, Slovenia, France, Italy, Germany, and Lithuania, as well as lately from Spain and Poland. Together, we envision to be part of the new era in European higher education, the European universities. Our expectations are exceptionally high. We need to provide innovative and flexible solutions to achieve holistic institutional integration within the Alliance, while at the same time preserving the specificities and historical identity of each university member. We therefore need to achieve integration in the fields of education and research, offering added value to each student and staff member of Athena, as well as a considerable impact of the Alliance on the local social and economic ecosystem. During this 3 days meeting, we shall discuss the progress of Athena in all fields: governance, education, research, branding, connectivity with the society and the economy, internationalization, infrastructure, and sustainability. And we shall plan the future of our alliance. Within Athena, we believe strongly in principles and values such as integration, connectivity, and inclusion. We see here a unique opportunity to create and contribute to the evolution of the common new European higher education area in the face of its institutionalization. Within these few words, I would like to welcome you once more in Iraklio at the headquarters of HMU. I would like to thank you all for your participation in this meeting, as well as your contribution to the Athena vision, and wish very inspiring and productive discussions. Thank you a lot.
Ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Κατσαράκη. Να καλέσουμε τον κύριο Νούνο Εσκουντέιρο, ακαδημαϊκό υπεύθυνο της Συμμαχίας Αθένα, για μια σύντομη ομιλία. Now we welcome Mr. Nuno Escudeiro, academic coordinator of ATHENA Alliance.
Thank you very much, Kalimera. It's really an honor to be here before such distinguished guests and my colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity. In fact, I have been lucky to be here in Heraklion and in Crete for many times for the last 15 years, so I am very much aware of the Cretan hospitality, and I have very good Cretan friends. But this time is particularly different. It's different for several reasons. It's different because from the many meetings I had here, I have never been so nervous as I am now, but it's also different because this is really a unique opportunity for this, let's say, project. The big difference between these ATHENA projects and the other Erasmus and research projects that we have been developing in cooperation for the last 15 or 20 years is that this project is simply the launch of the future of our universities. The ATHENA as a project is a 3-year project that will end in 1 year to launch to install the European University ATHENA, which will stay for the next 30 or 50 years. This is the future of our institutions. This is the future of higher education in Europe. The Commission and the member states are really involved in these ambition proposals that the universities in Europe have had a chance to commit to, and we are deeply convinced that this will be the future. There are now already, as we speak, several calls that are available exclusively for European universities. In 10 years, there will be many more, and the universities that are involved in such a consortia will have much more chances to succeed and to suit the future of higher education in Europe to what we want it to be. So we have a unique chance here. We are involved in this ambitious program. I would say that this is probably the most ambitious initiative from the Commission in relation to higher education, and that is comparable, let's say, to the Erasmus program that was launched 35 years ago. And we can see now where the Erasmus program is. Erasmus program is seen as one of the most successful programs from Europe as such. So this is really a unique opportunity. And this is also a good opportunity because it's a turning point in Athena life. So we are more or less halfway, the 3 years. We have already designed the models and we know exactly where we want to go. We have already the governance. We have many of all the infrastructures that we need are in place. This is the year that we have to put things on the field. So this meeting will be a turning point because from here, we will go to put things on the field to make sure that within a year, we have all the conditions to succeed in the second phase of launching the European universities. And I'm sure we'll get the funds for the next 6 years of European University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Escudeiro. Να καλέσουμε τον κύριο Σταύρο Αρναουτάκη, Περιφερειάρχη Κρήτης. We are now welcome the Governor of Crete, Mr. Arnautakis Stavros, to the step desk.
Καλή σας μέρα, αξιότιμοι κύριοι Πριτάνης, αξιότιμα μέλη της ακαδημαϊκής κοινότητας, κυρίες και κύριοι. Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά καλωσορίζουμε στην Κρήτη τους Πριτάνης του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθήνα, σε μια συνάντηση που αποκτά ιδιαίτερους συμβολισμούς καθώς διεξάγεται λίγα χιλιόμετρα μακριά από την Κνωσό. Τη γητίδα του πρώτου πολιτισμού στην Ευρώπη, σηματοδοτώντας τη δύναμη της κοινής ταυτότητας του ευρωπαϊκού χώρου. Όπως εξελίσσεται μέσα από το χάρτη της ανώτατης εκπαίδευσης. Σε μια εποχή κατά την οποία ο πλανήτης πλήττεται από τη μεγαλύτερη παγκόσμια υγειονομική κρίση του τελευταίου αιώνα και από τις οικονομικές επιπτώσεις της τρέχουσας ενεργειακής και επιστημιστικής κρίσης. Αντιλαμβανόμαστε πως οι μεγάλες απαντήσεις στα ζητήματα της εποχής επιβάλλουν το συντονισμό, τη συνεργασία, την κοινή δράση των κρατών της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Μέσα σε αυτό το περιβάλλον, τα πανεπιστήμια και ολόκληρος ο τομέας της τριτοβάθμιας εκπαίδευσης κατέχουν εξέχουσα θέση στο σημείο τομής της εκπαίδευσης, της έρευνας και της καινοτομίας, στη διαμόρφωση βιώσιμων και ανθεκτικών οικονομιών και σε μια Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση πιο πράσινη, πιο συμπεριληπτική, πιο ψηφιακή και βεβαίως πιο κοινωνική.
Within the environment, the universities and all the sector of higher education, they have an outstanding role to play in education, in research, in innovation, and in forming the sustainable and resilient economic measures, and in a European Union which will be more green, more inclusive, more digital, and of course, more sociable.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, για την περιφέρεια Κρήτης, η ανάπτυξη συνεργασιών με τα ακαδημαϊκά και ερευνητικά ιδρύματα αποτελεί ένα πεδίο γόνιμης αλληλεπίδρασης για την ενίσχυση της ανταγωνιστικότητας και της εξωστρέφειας τόσο της Κρήτης όσο και της Ελλάδας στην παγκόσμια σκηνή.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the region of Crete, the development of collaboration with the academic and research institutions constitutes a very fertile ground for reaction between ourselves, feedback, and to strengthening further the competitiveness and the outward looking of so much of Crete, but also of Greece on the world stage.
Με αυτό το δεδομένο θεωρούμε πως από τη σημερινή συνάντηση, η οποία διεξάγεται στη διάρκεια της Προεδρίας από το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο, του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθήνα, οφείλουμε να αναδείξουμε το γεγονός πως ο Ευρωπαϊκός Χάρτης της Ανώτατης Εκπαίδευσης, όπως διαμορφώνεται μέσα από τις συμμαχίες των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων, δημιουργεί τις βάσεις για την αντιμετώπιση των προκλήσεων της εποχής.
With that in mind, we consider that today's meeting, which is being carried out during while the presidency of the ATHENA European University is held by our rector of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, we consider that we are obliged to show how much the European Charter of Higher Education is implemented and how it is shaping through the collaboration between European universities and creating the sound framework for challenging the problems of our age.
Προκλήσεις που θα αντιμετωπιστούν αποτελεσματικότερα μέσα από την διεπιστημονική εκπαίδευση, μέσα από την περαιτέρω διασύνδεση των πανεπιστημίων, την προώθηση της κινητικότητας, της διεθνοποίησης, της εξωστρέφειας.
So I missed out the last line previously. We are meeting the challenges which have also been raised by the fourth industrial revolution. These are challenges which will be faced far more effectively through interdisciplinary education, through the further connection of universities and the promotion of mobility, internationalization, and looking out.
Κύριοι Πριτάνης, εκλεκτά μέλη του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου, τα τελευταία χρόνια δομούμε μια νέα δημιουργική σχέση ανάμεσα στην ανώτατη εκπαίδευση και τις ανάγκες της κοινωνίας, προωθώντας τη σύμπραξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα με τα ακαδημαϊκά ιδρύματα του νησιού, χρηματοδοτώντας ερευνητικές δράσεις, αναβαθμίζοντας την υλικοτεχνική υποδομή ερευνητικών μονάδων και εργαστηρίων, προχωρούμε ουσιαστικά στην ποιοτική αναβάθμιση της πανεπιστημιακής παιδείας, την οποία θεωρούμε θεμελιώδης υπόβαθρο για τη μετάβαση στη νέα εποχή.
Dear rectors, esteemed members of the European University Athena, the last few years we have been constructing a new creative relationship between higher education and the needs of society by putting forward the collaboration with the private sector together with the academic institutions of our island. We have been funding research actions, upgrading the upgrading the structure of the research institutions and laboratories, and we have been advancing in a most decisive manner toward a qualitative raising of the European education, which we consider to be fundamental structure for the going into the new period.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, για την περιφέρεια Κρήτης, η λειτουργία του Ελληνικού Μεσογειακού Πανεπιστημίου, όπως και των υπολείπων ακαδημαϊκών και ερευνητικών ιδρυμάτων, αποτελεί μια μεγάλη ευκαιρία, αλλά και μια μεγάλη πρόκληση.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the region of Crete, the functioning of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, as for all the other academic and research institutions on the island, constitutes a great opportunity, but also a great challenge.
Μια πρόκληση που μας καλεί να συνενώνουμε δυνάμεις, να οραματιζόμαστε μαζί, να σχεδιάζουμε το αύριο. Ένα αύριο στο οποίο η Κρήτη θα είναι ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα ερευνητικά κέντρα στην Ευρώπη και τη Μεσόγειο.
This was a challenge which invites us to join forces, to dream together, to plan for tomorrow. A tomorrow for which Crete will be one of the largest research centers in Europe and the Mediterranean.
Κλείνοντας, να ευχηθώ καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες και βεβαίως να τονίσω πώς θα σταθούμε αρρωγοί και συμπαραστάτες στην προσπάθεια που καταβάλλεται για την επίτευξη των στόχων της Συμμαχίας των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων και βεβαίως του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθήνα.
Concluding, I would like to wish great success to your proceedings and of course to stress that the region of Crete will stand next to you and will be supportive of all of your attempts which you are making to achieve the aims of the Alliance of the European University and of course of the European University Athena.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Κυρία Ναοτάκη, ευχαριστούμε για την εισήγησή σας. Να καλέσουμε τώρα στο βήμα την Αντιδήμαρχο Κοινωνικών Υπηρεσιών του Δήμου Ηρακλείου, κυρία Ειρήνη Παπαδάκη-Σκαλίδη, εκ μέρους του Δημάρχου Ηρακλείου. We'll now invite to the step desk Mrs. Irini Papadakis-Kalidi, the Deputy Mayor of Social Services of the Municipality of Heraklion.
Καλημέρα σας. Σας διαβάζω ένα σύντομο χαιρετισμό του Δημάρχου Ηρακλείου, κυρίου Βασίλη Λαμπρινού. Αξιότιμοι κύριοι Πριτάνης, αξιότιμοι κύριοι εκπρόσωποι των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων, κύριοι Περιφερειάρχοι, κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good morning. On behalf of my colleague, the Deputy Mayor welcomes you on behalf of the Mayor of Heraklion. Good morning, dear rectors and dear esteemed colleagues of the academic community.
Η διαρκής ανάπτυξη της επιστήμης και της τεχνολογίας στην εποχή μας, από κοινού με τις οικονομικές ανακατατάξεις και την πολυπλοκότητα των συσχετισμών στο σημερινό κόσμο, προσέθεσαν νέες αναγκαιότητες στις σύγχρονες κοινωνίες.
The challenges which our society is facing and all the changes which are going in the world are creating new problems which have to be faced.
Η διοργανωμένη από το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο τέταρτη τακτική συνάντηση των Πριτάνεων των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων του Athena European University προσφέρει τη δυνατότητα να συζητηθούν κρίσιμα ζητήματα για τα 9 πανεπιστήμια της σύμπραξης, αλλά και γενικότερα θέματα του θεσμού των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων.
The proceedings of this meeting of the European University Athena, which has been organized by the Hellenic Mediterranean University, offers the valuable opportunity to discuss problems which are to be met by the European universities, and in particular by the European University Athena.
Οι συμμαχίες Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων, αποβλέποντας τη δημιουργία των πανεπιστημίων του μέλλοντος, τα οποία θα προάγουν την ταυτότητα, την κουλτούρα και τα ιδεώδη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, συγκροτούν ένα νέο θεσμό στο ιδιαίτερα ανταγωνιστικό διεθνές εκπαιδευτικό πεδίο.
The new institution of European universities are looking to collaborate together while also protecting and promoting the European identity.
Το αποτέλεσμα αυτής της εκπαιδευτικής προσπάθειας ευχόμαστε να αποβεί σε όφελος όλης της ευρωπαϊκής κοινωνίας που ζητά από το σημερινό πολίτη υπευθυνότητα, ευαισθησία, ουσιαστική γνώση της ιστορίας και του πολιτισμού, ενεργητική συμμετοχή, μορφωτική επάρκεια.
Συγγνώμη, έκασα το πρώτο. Συγγνώμη.
Υπευθυνότητα.
I'll try and sum up in a few words. I lost the first sentence. I apologize. The European University and the education which is being offered to all the citizens of the European Union demands also from the citizens to be responsible and to be educated and to be aware of their European identity.
Χαιρόμαστε που μαθαίνουμε ότι στο περιθώριο της σημερινής, μάλλον της τριήμερης συνάντησης, θα έχετε την ευκαιρία να περιηγηθείτε στις όμορφιες της πόλης μας, της πόλης του Ηρακλείου, και επίσης στο τέλος των εργασιών της σημερινής ημέρας θα απολαύσετε το υψηλού επίπεδου κουαρτέτο εγχόρδων του Δήμου Ηρακλείου και ελπίζουμε να σας δώσουν όλα αυτά πολύ χαρά πέρα από την ουσιαστική σημερινή συνάντηση.
We are particularly pleased on behalf of the municipality of Heraklion that you will be able to enjoy outside of work and the meetings other places on Crete, especially the historic centre of Heraklion, and also this afternoon the musical quartet from the municipality of Heraklion, in addition to all the work that will be going on inside this building.
Σας ευχόμαστε καλή επιτυχία στη συνάντηση και σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
I wish you good luck and thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε τον Αντιδήμαρχο. Στη συνέχεια, μέσω τηλεδιάσκεψης, θα συμμετέχει ο κύριος Παναγιώτης Γιαννόπουλος, προϊστάμενος της Γενικής Διεύθυνσης Ανώτατης Εκπαίδευσης στην Ελλάδα. Κύριε Μελιδόνη, όποτε είσαστε έτοιμος, μας ενημερώνετε. Mr. Παναγιώτης Γιαννόπουλος, the head of General Directorate of Higher Education in Greece, is going to participate in our meeting here through teleconference.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Yes? Can you hear me?
Σας ακούμε, κύριε Γιαννόπουλε. Σας ακούμε πολύ καλά. Ναι.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Athens. I am honored to address to your meeting and convey my warmest greetings. Professor Katsarakis, Rector of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, has kindly invited me as General Director of Higher Education in the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs of Greece to attend the meeting in Crete. I'm very sorry I had not the opportunity to be there with you due to official reasons. We are very proud of the Hellenic Mediterranean University and its participation to the Advanced Technology Higher Education Network Alliance. The network meets the aims of the higher education itself. Higher education is a leading institution for the social and economic development of a country. In Greece, the institution is under constitutional legislation and protection. It will be very important. It will enhance and strengthen your achievements to connect the Athena network with as many universities in Greece and abroad, as well as the European education area and European research area, reaching common priorities and needs. In a changing world, universities are the institutions that may expand their activities and break down any scientific and cultural barriers. I would like to wish you every success to to the works of your conference and will be happy to attend the meeting through the link I was sent. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Γενόπουλε. Θα σας διαβάσουμε το χαιρετισμό του κυρίου Λευτέρη Αυγενάκη και υφυπουργού. Ναι. Θα σας διαβάσουμε τώρα το χαιρετισμό του βουλευτή Ηρακλείου, κυρίου Λευτέρη Αυγενάκη, υφυπουργού Πολιτισμού και Αθλητισμού. We will now read the greetings of Mr. Lefteris Avgenakis, member of the Greek Parliament and also Deputy Minister of Culture and Sports. Αξιότιμε Πρίτανη κύριε Κατσαράκη, αξιότιμοι κύριοι Πριτάνης. Χαιρετίζω τις εργασίες της τακτικής συνάντησης των Πριτάνων του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνά. Μια εξαιρετικά ωφέλιμη σύμπραξη για την πρόοδο της ακαδημαϊκής εκπαίδευσης που ενώνει ανώτατα εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα από 9 ευρωπαϊκές χώρες.
Esteemed Director, Professor Katsarakis, esteemed directors, I greet the proceedings of the meeting of the rectors of the European University Athena, an outstandingly beneficial cooperation for the progress of academic education, which joins higher education institutes from 9 European countries.
Είμαι διπλά χαρούμενος για την τριήμερη αυτή συνάντηση. Αφενός μεν διότι το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο πρωτοστατεί σε δυναμικά εγχειρήματα και συντονίζει μεγάλες επιστημονικές δυνάμεις που μπορούν να χαράξουν νέες πορείες στην ευρωπαϊκή εκπαίδευση, και αφετέρου γιατί το Ηράκλειο, πέρα από κορυφαίος τουριστικός προορισμός και επίκεντρο πολιτιστικών και αθλητικών δρόμενων, επεκτείνεται και γίνεται σημείο αναφοράς εξελίξεων και στον τομέα της εκπαίδευσης.
I am doubly joyful that this three-day meeting is taking place here. On the one hand, because the Hellenic Mediterranean University is outstanding in dynamic attempts at coordinating very great scientific powers, which are able to create new ways of going forward in European education. On the other hand, also, because Heraklion, as well as being an outstanding place for tourism and the center of cultural and sporting events, is expanding and becoming a reference point for the development also in the field of education.
Είμαι βεβαίως ότι μετά τη συνάντηση αυτή, αλλά και με τις πλούσιες ξεναγήσεις που περιέχει το πρόγραμμα, όλοι οι Πριτάνοι θα αναχωρήσετε με τις ομορφότερες εικόνες από την Κρήτη και θα εμπιστευτείτε τον τόπο μας για τα μελλοντικά σας projects.
And I am certain that after this meeting, as well as the rich guides that you will have, which the program also includes, that the rectors will leave from with beautiful pictures of Crete, and they will further trust our location even more for future projects.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, είναι δεδομένο ότι ο παγκόσμιος εκπαιδευτικός χάρτης αλλάζει και προσαρμόζεται στις τεχνολογικές εξελίξεις και στα νέα επαγγελματικά δεδομένα που δημιουργεί η τέταρτη βιομηχανική επανάσταση. Η κυβέρνησή μας από την πρώτη στιγμή έχει θέσει ως προτεραιότητα την καθιέρωση της χώρας μας ως κόμβο γνώσης και εκπαίδευσης για όλους τους πολίτες από κάθε γωνιά του πλανήτη. Το έχει αποδείξει έμπρακτα με την απλοποίηση της διαδικασίας ίδρυσης νέων ξενόγλωσσων προπτυχιακών προγραμμάτων, ενώ σχεδιάζουμε περισσότερες δυνατότητες της διεθνοποίησης των ιδρυμάτων μας.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is given that the global educational chart is changing and needs to adapt to the technological developments and to the new professional data which are creating the fourth industrial revolution. Our government, from the very first moment, has put as a priority establishing in our country as a center, a hub of knowledge and education for all the citizens from every corner of the planet. They have shown that with action by simplifying the process of establishing new foreign language undergraduate programs, while also organizing, planning further possibilities for the internationalization of our institutions.
Με άξονα αυτή την προτεραιότητα μπορεί να συνεισφέρει και το Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνά, χάρη στην τεχνογνωσία και στις εμπειρίες κάθε Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου ξεχωριστά. Μέσα από την θεματολογία της συζήτησης αναφορικά με ζητήματα όπως η ανάπτυξη κοινών προπτυχιακών και μεταπτυχιακών προγραμμάτων σπουδών, η συνεργασία στον τομέα της έρευνας με τη χρήση εξειδικευμένων δομών, αλλά και η ενίσχυση της ανταλλαγής προσωπικού και φοιτητών, μπορούμε να πετύχουμε την παροχή υψηλής ποιότητας εκπαίδευσης με θετικό αντίκτυπο στην απασχόληση των νέων και στην κοινωνική πρόοδο σε εθνικό και ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο.
With this as our priority, the European University at Athena can also offer, because of the technical know-how and the experiences of each European university separately, they can offer towards this. Within the subject matters which are being discussed today, and for the development of common programs of study and postgraduate programs of study, the collaborations in the field of research with the use of specialized structures, but also for the strengthening of the exchange of staff and students, we will be able to achieve to offer the highest level education and a positive result for employment of the young people, but also for social progress at both a national and a European level.
Ως Υφυπουργός Αθλητισμού της Ελλάδας, οφείλω να σας ενημερώσω για την πρόοδο που έχουμε κάνει τα τελευταία 3 χρόνια στη συνεργασία μας με την ακαδημαϊκή κοινότητα. Έχοντας αναπτύξει ένα παραγωγικό διάλογο με τις σχολές επιστημών φυσικής αγωγής και αθλητισμού της χώρας, αλλά και με κορυφαία εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα, κατορθώσαμε να δώσουμε λύσεις σε δύσκολα προβλήματα που κρατούσαν στάσιμο τον ελληνικό αθλητισμό, όπως το καθεστώς των προπονητών και των εκπαιδευτικών. Τα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια έχουν υπάρξει συμπαίκτες μας στην αθλητική μεταρρύθμιση που υλοποιούμε με συνέπεια. Στηρίζουν έμπρακτα το project της εξωστρέφειας του ελληνικού αθλητισμού. Να σημειώσω ότι με τη βοήθεια του Πανεπιστημίου Πελοποννήσου είναι η πρώτη φορά που παρουσιάσαμε στον κόσμο μετρήσιμα αποτελέσματα και οικονομικά ωφέλη από την υλοποίηση μιας κορυφαίας αθλητικής διοργάνωσης, όπως το ECO Rally Acropolis.
The Sub-Ministry of Sports of Greece, as the Minister, Deputy Minister, I apologise, I am obliged to inform you that the progress that we have made over the last 3 years for the collaboration that we have with the academic community. We have developed a productive dialogue with the schools of health, of sports science and recreation of the countries, but also with outstanding educational institutions, and we have managed to find solutions to difficult problems which have been stagnant in Greek sport, such as the problem with trainers and coaches. The Greek universities have been our team players in the athletic reconstruction that we have done, which we have carried out with our conscience. We support, in practice, the projects of looking outwards of the Greek activities. May I also note that with the help of the University of the Peloponnese, it is the first time that we are able to offer to the world measurable results and economic advantages for the carrying out of a peak athletic organizations such as the ECO Rally of the Acropolis.
Θα συνεχίσουμε με το χαιρετισμό του κυρίου Βασίλη Κεγκέρογλου, βουλευτή Ηρακλείου. And now we will continue with a brief greeting from Vasilis Kengeroglu, member of the Greek Parliament. Αξιότιμοι κύριε Πρίτανη και αγαπητοί Πριτάνοι των συμμετοχόντων του Ατένα Πανεπιστημίων, σας ευχαριστούμε για την πρόσκληση να παρευρεθούμε στο χαιρετισμό της 4ης συνάντησης των Πριτάνων των Πανεπιστημίων Ατένα. Να τονίσουμε ότι η Συμμαχία Ατένα είναι ένας σημαντικός ευρωπαϊκός θεσμός, ο οποίος συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της εκπαίδευσης, επιφέροντας ουσιαστικές αλλαγές στην ανώτατη εκπαίδευση της Ευρώπης.
Dear rectors, dear members of the academic community, it is a pleasure to greet your proceedings because the European University is a very important development for collaboration in the European field between universities and higher education.
Είναι υποχρέωση της πολιτείας μας, αλλά και όλων των ευρωπαϊκών πολιτικών ηγεσιών, να στηρίξουν το θεσμό των ευρωπαϊκών πανεπιστημίων.
And it is the obligation of every government to support such collaborations such as the European universities.
Ακολουθεί ένας χαιρετισμός από τον βουλευτή κύριο Νίκο Ηγουμενίδη.
On behalf of the Member of Parliament, Mr. Nikos Igoumenidis.
Θα ήθελα θερμά να συγχαρώ το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο και όλους τους συμμετέχοντες από τα Ευρωπαϊκά Πανεπιστήμια για τη διοργάνωση της 4ης Συνάντησης των Βρυτάνεων.
I would like to greet everybody and congratulate the Hellenic Mediterranean University and all of those taking part in the European project for Athena, which is taking place in Heraklion.
Συγχαρητήρια για τη συνάντηση αυτή που προάγει προπτυχιακά και μεταπτυχιακά προγράμματα σπουδών από κοινού σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο.
And congratulations to all concerned for the further promoting of collaboration in both undergraduate and postgraduate programs.
Και τελευταία είναι η εισήγηση, ο χαιρετισμός του κυρίου Βασίλειου Δικαλάκη, βουλευτής και πρόεδρος της Διαρκούς Επιτροπής Μορφωτικών Υποθέσεων της Βουλής.
Our colleague, who is also a professor at the Polytechnic, sent his greetings in English to make it easier for me. Do my colleagues need it in Greek as well? No? Okay. They don't require it in Greek, so I will make less mistakes. Thank you. Dear Rector of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, dear Nikos, distinguished rectors of the university, member of the ATHENA, I am very sorry that I am not with you today at the 4th meeting of the ATHENA University. I was looking forward to our meeting and had planned to attend, but I am obliged to fly to Athens to participate in a vote at the Hellenic Parliament. The European universities are the future of European higher education. They promote mobility of students and researchers, interdisciplinarity, innovation, cooperation, as well as the identity, culture, and ideals of the European Union, such as gender equality, inclusiveness, and equity. The Hellenic Mediterranean University is a young, dynamic, extroverted university and has already taken a leading role in the effort to make Crete an educational centre in the southeastern Mediterranean. Therefore, I am sure that your hospitality in Crete will be the best possible. The agenda of your meeting is very important, and I wish you every success in your work. Professor Digalakis, MP, Hellenic Parliament.
Ευχαριστούμε τους εκλεκτούς προσκεκλημένους μας για τις εισηγήσεις τους στην πρώτη μέρα της συνάντησης Ατένα. Θα ακολουθήσει ένα μικρό διάλειμμα για καφέ και συνέντευξη τύπου. Now a coffee break will be followed and the press conference for the rectors of ATHENA Alliance.
So do I use his? Why don't they have 4? 2 of you have 4 microphones, we have just 1. This is interesting. No, just 1 per 2. Okay. Oh, I see. Yes.
Εγώ θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά έτσι κι αλλιώς για τα μέσα μαζικής ενημέρωσης. Όποτε μου πείτε, ξεκινάμε. Βεβαίως. Έχουμε την τιμή να είναι μαζί μας οι πριτάνεις όλων των πανεπιστημίων, οι αντιπριτάνεις που συμμετέχουν στη σύμπραξη Αθηνά από 9 χώρες της Ευρώπης. Το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο φιλοξενεί στις εγκαταστάσεις του στο Ηράκλειο το τριήμερο 15 με 17 Ιουνίου την 4η συνάντηση των πριτάνεων της σύμπραξης του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνά. Πρόκειται για μία σύμπραξη 9 πανεπιστημίων από χώρες της Ευρώπης, μεταξύ των οποίων βρίσκεται και το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο, η οποία επιλέχθηκε να χρηματοδοτηθεί από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή μέσω των προγραμμάτων Erasmus+ και Horizon 2020, ύστερα από διαδικασία κρίσης. Στο Αθηνά, Advanced Technology Higher Education Network Alliance συμμετέχουν επίσης πανεπιστήμια από την Πορτογαλία, τη Γερμανία, τη Γαλλία, την Ιταλία, τη Σλοβενία και τη Λιθουανία, τελευταία και από την Ισπανία και την Πολωνία, με στόχο αφενός την παροχή εκπαίδευσης υψηλής ποιότητας και αφετέρου τη διεξαγωγή έρευνας που σχετίζεται με τις ανάγκες της αγοράς εργασίας και της βιομηχανίας, ώστε να δημιουργούνται αυξημένες ευκαιρίες επαγγελματικής αποκατάστασης των αποφύτων του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου και κατά συνέπεια του Ελληνικού Μεσογειακού Πανεπιστημίου. Να επισημάνουμε ότι μόλις 7 ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια έχουν επιλογή να συμμετάσχουν στο νέο θεσμό των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων. Τι είναι όμως τα Ευρωπαϊκά Πανεπιστήμια? Τα Ευρωπαϊκά Πανεπιστήμια αποτελούν ένα νέο θεσμό που αποσκοπεί στην ενίσχυση των στρατηγικών συμπράξεων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση μεταξύ ιδρυμάτων τριτοβάθμιας εκπαίδευσης και την ενθάρρυνση της δημιουργίας έως το 2024 20 περίπου Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων. Πρόκειται συνεπώς για δίκτυα πανεπιστημίων σε όλη την Ευρώπη που θα επιτρέπουν στους φοιτητές να λαμβάνουν τίτλο συνδυάζοντας σπουδές σε διάφορες χώρες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και θα συμβάλλουν στη διεθνή ανταγωνιστικότητα των Ευρωπαϊκών Πανεπιστημίων. Το Αθηνά θα λάβει συνολικά για τα 3 πρώτα χρόνια λειτουργίας του χρηματοδότηση ύψους 7,5 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ για την προετοιμασία κοινών προπτυχιακών και μεταπτυχιακών προγραμμάτων σπουδών, καθώς και κοινών ερευνητικών δράσεων μεταξύ των 9 πανεπιστημίων της κοινοπραξίας. Το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο συμμετέχει στο Αθηνά σε πρώτη φάση με τα τμήματα ηλεκτρονικών μηχανικών στα Χανιά και ηλεκτρολόγων μηχανικών και μηχανικών υπολογιστών στο Ηράκλειο, ενώ μετά το πρώτο έτος λειτουργίας του καινοτόμου αυτού προγράμματος αναμένεται η ενεργή συμμετοχή και άλλων τμήματων του Πανεπιστημίου, όπως των τμήματων κοινωνικής εργασίας και διοίκησης επιχειρήσεων και τουρισμού. Οι φοιτητές του Ελληνικού Μεσογειακού Πανεπιστημίου θα έχουν τη δυνατότητα, μέσω του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνά, να παρακολουθούν μαθήματα που παρέχονται από κοινού με τα άλλα πανεπιστήμια που συμμετέχουν στη σύμπραξη, τα οποία θα αναγράφονται στην αναλυτική τους βαθμολογία. Θα μπορούν επίσης να μετακινηθούν στις ευρωπαϊκές πόλεις, όπου εδρεύουν τα πανεπιστήμια της σύμπραξης Αθηνά μέσω του Erasmus+, ώστε αφενός να παρακολουθήσουν διαλέξεις και εργαστήρια από τους ενδιαφέρον, αλλά και αφετέρου, ώστε να ανταλλάξουν εμπειρίες και καλές πρακτικές με τους συναδέλφους τους από τις άλλες ευρωπαϊκές χώρες. Από τον πρώτο κιόλας χρόνο λειτουργίας του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνά έχουν καταγραφεί περισσότερα από 50 προπτυχιακά και μεταπτυχιακά μαθήματα των τμήματων ηλεκτρολόγων μηχανικών και μηχανικών υπολογιστών και ηλεκτρονικών μηχανικών που θα προσφερθούν στα αγγλικά στους φοιτητές του Αθηνά σε συνεργασία με τους εταίρους μας. Για την προώθηση της έρευνας θα δημιουργηθούν μέσω του Αθηνά κοινές ερευνητικές ομάδες σε θέματα προτεραιοτήτων που έχουν καθοριστεί από τα πανεπιστήμια μέλη, ενώ οι υποψήφιοι διδάκτορες θα μπορούν να επιλέγουν τον επιβλέποντα καθηγητή για τη διατριβή τους ανάμεσα στους διδάσκοντες όλων των πανεπιστημίων της σύμπραξης. Τελικός στόχος του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνά είναι η προετοιμασία, εν αναμονή και των απαραίτητων νομοθετικών ρυθμίσεων σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο για τη λειτουργία κοινών προπτυχιακών και μεταπτυχιακών προγραμμάτων σπουδών με την απονομή στους φοιτητές μας κοινών τίτλων σπουδών από τα πανεπιστήμια που συμμετέχουν στη σύμπραξη σε ορίζοντα τετραετίας. Με αυτά τα λόγια θα ήθελα να σας καλωσορίσω στην τέταρτη συνάντηση των Πριτάνεων των πανεπιστημίων που συμμετέχουν στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνά, στη διάρκεια της οποίας φιλοδοξούμε, αφού συζητήσουμε την πρόοδο της σύμπραξης στις ενότητες της εκπαίδευσης, της έρευνας, αλλά και της διοίκησης, της εξωστρέφειας, της διασύνδεσης με την κοινωνία και τις παραγωγικές δυνάμεις της χώρας και της Ευρώπης, να σχεδιάσουμε το κοινό μας μέλλον, με στόχο ένα σύγχρονο πανεπιστήμιο που θα προσφέρει ποιοτική εκπαίδευση στους φοιτητές του, σημαντικές δυνατότητες μεταπτυχιακών σπουδών, αλλά και νέες προοπτικές επαγγελματικής αποκατάστασης στους αποφύτους τους. Ευχαριστώ.
And on behalf of the director, Professor Paulo Pereira, and Professor Carlos Santos, he is going to speak. We are going to make the translation. Okay, you should change, position so you can do them before the camera.
Και εγώ θα μεταφράσω, παιδιά, πού με θέλετε. Είμαι εντάξει εδώ? Okay.
Good morning. In the representation of the presidency of the Polytechnic of Porto, I refer that we are here organizing this event of ATHENA. Louder?
And if you'd be kind enough to tell me when you want me to translate.
I wait. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. In representation of the presidents of the Polytechnic of Porto, Professor Paulo Pereira, the rector, we are the institution that prepared the proposal of ATHENA, namely by Professor Nuno Escudeiro.
Καλημέρα σας. Και εκ μέρους του Πανεπιστήμιου Πόρτο είναι η τιμή μας να είμαστε εδώ και είμαστε και το Πανεπιστήμιο που είχε προετοιμάσει την πρόταση για το Ευρωπαϊκό Πανεπιστήμιο Αθήνα.
ATHENA is a very good acronym for the project, namely here for Greece, it means Advanced Technology Higher Education Network Alliance.
Η Αθήνα είναι πολύ καλό όνομα για το πανεπιστήμιο μας που σημαίνει το Πανεπιστήμιο για Ανώτατη Εκπαίδευση και Τεχνολογία.
We are a federation of mid-sized higher education institutions, universities, initially in 7 European countries. Now we are extended to 2 more countries.
Είμαστε μια σύμπραξη 7 πανεπιστήμιων μεσαίου μεγέθους και από την αρχή που θα έχουμε συνεργασία μεταξύ μας.
We have the Polytechnic of Porto, the Niccolò Cusan University in Italy, the University of Maribor in Slovenia, the Vilnius Gediminas Technical University in Lithuania, the Hellenic Mediterranean University from Greece, the University of Siegen, Germany, the University of Orleans in France, and now the University of Vigo from Spain, and the Marie Curie Skolodowska University in Poland.
Είμαστε το Πανεπιστήμιο του Πόρτο στην Πορτογαλία, Siegen στην Γερμανία, Σλοβανία, Maribor, είμαστε Orleans στην Γαλλία, Vilnius στην Λιθουανία, Cusano στην Ιταλία, στην Ισπανία είμαστε Vigo και είμαστε με τους οικοδεσπότες μας στο Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο.
Our goal is to deliver high-quality education with impact in research, in the employability of our graduates, and in the social advancement at the national and European level.
Ο σκοπός μας και ο στόχος μας είναι να προσφέρουμε εκπαίδευση της ποιότητας, αλλά και έρευνα που θα έχει αντίκτυπο για το ελληνικό χώρο και για τους απόφοιτους μας να βρουν δουλειά στο μέλλον.
We will launch joint education and research projects and programs. We will work very aligned with the global market needs and trends.
Θα ξεκινήσουμε προγράμματα μαζί στην εκπαίδευση μεταξύ πανεπιστημίων της Ευρώπης, αλλά συγχρόνως θα αντιμετωπίζουμε τις προκλήσεις του παγκόσμιου θέματος για αυτά που πρέπει να αντιμετωπίζουμε.
We are very aware about the digital transformation of the societies, and inclusion is very important as well.
Επίσης, έχουμε στο μυαλό μας ότι πρέπει να προωθούμε τα ψηφιακά επιτεύγματα και επίσης να συμπεριλαμβάνουμε όλα τα μέλη της κοινότητάς μας.
We have previous experience of cooperation in different projects, namely Erasmus and Horizon and other European projects. Now we are in a new phase that we want to go all together to have this kind of federation of the university for a long-term project that is very important today, namely in these days in Europe, in which we are, is very important. We have 9 countries, at least 9 and even more languages, completely different cultures, but we have a common goal that will go on in this direction.
Ήδη έχουμε κοινά θεμέλια στα προγράμματα που έχουμε αναπτύξει μεταξύ μας, χρησιμοποιώντας για την εκπαίδευση το πρόγραμμα Erasmus και για την έρευνα το πρόγραμμα Horizon, αλλά θέλουμε να κτίζουμε επάνω από αυτά τα θεμέλια για ένα κοινό μέλλον που θα είναι όφελος όλων μας, να δουλεύουμε μαζί, να χαράξουμε το δρόμο προς το μέλλον.
We are all very happy to be here in Heraklion, in Crete, in Greece, given this very important step for Athena, for the future of our European University. Thank you very much.
Είναι μεγάλη χαρά μας να είμαστε εδώ στο Ηράκλειο, στην Κρήτη, στην Ελλάδα, που θα δουλεύουμε μαζί για το μέλλον του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστήμιου Αθήνα. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την φιλοξενία σας.
present yourself in front of the cameras, following this kind of sequence. And I would like from your side to say what do you expect from the Alliance regarding your university. 2 minutes each, all right? Do you want? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, no. No, I'm asking. All right. All right.
Thank you very much. Because, of course, I ask myself the same question. Yeah.
You should change always, you should pass from the middle because they cannot really change the camera.
You can do that?
Okay. Everyone should sit here. When you finish, it's even better for us.
For our Athena colleagues here, I forgot to translate what our colleague said, that we are sharing languages and cultures.
Of course, I ask myself the same question. What is the main objective of Athena for seeing, for example?
Συνάδελφος από την Γερμανία λέει ότι έχει ρωτήσει τον εαυτόν της τι είναι ο σκοπός του προγράμματος Αθήνα. Γιατί είμαστε εδώ.
And there is one important answer.
Και υπάρχει μια πολύ σημαντική απάντηση.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Every university of the 4 partners has at least one specific field of excellence, even more perhaps.
Κάθε πανεπιστήμιο που είναι μέσα στην σύμπραξη έχει τουλάχιστον ένα τομέα αριστείας.
Is everything okay now?
Very okay.
Very well. And what we aim at is to transfer these specific fields of excellence to every other university so that in the end we will be one excellent university and fulfill actually the vision of Macron.
Ο σκοπός μας είναι το ότι κάθε εξαιρετική αρετή από κάθε πανεπιστήμιο θέλω να τα μοιράσουμε σε όλα τα πανεπιστήμια με το αποτέλεσμα να είμαστε ότι θα είμαστε ένα πολύ ένα άριστο πανεπιστήμιο το τέλος του προγράμματος.
Just 1 minute.
All right? So present your self-affiliation.
Thank you.
One of Costa's minutes, not mine. Okay.
So, University of Maribor has in its vision the goal to become internationally recognizable innovative ecosystem. And the project Athena is actually the tool how we can achieve this. Of course, joining all the capacities and the potentials that the members of the Athena has, we see this as an ideal solution to altogether address not only national, but also European and global goals concerning the brain circulation, brain drain, brain gain, to remain and even increase our international competitiveness.
Ο συνάδελφος από Σλοβενία πιστεύει ότι είναι ο καλύτερος δρόμος για το δικό του πανεπιστήμιο να είναι μέλος του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστήμιου που θα του δώσουν την δυνατότητα να είναι γνωστό σε όλη την Ευρώπη και όχι μόνο, αλλά επίσης μέσα στην σύμπραξη που υπάρχει θα αντιμετωπίζουν τα μυαλά που φεύγουν από την χώρα του, ίσως να τραβάνε και μυαλά να γυρίσουν και πιστεύει ότι υπό την αιγίδα της Αθηνάς θα έχει την ευκαιρία να έχει καλύτερη προοπτική.
Hello, so I'm Professor Eric Blanc, President of University of Orléans. The goal for us of Athena is to give to our students a real multicultural knowledge of Europe. This is really important if we want to reach together the next step for Europe, the next step which will be the Europe of knowledge, the Europe of sharing knowledge.
Ο συνάδελφος από Γαλλία λέει ότι το όραμά του είναι να προσφέρει και στους φοιτητές του όλο το πολιτισμό και τις ευκαιρίες της Ευρώπης, ειδικά στην καινούργια εποχή που πάμε στο μέλλον, που οι φοιτητές μας πρέπει να αντιμετωπίζουν καινούργια προβλήματα και ο προηγούμενος συνάδελφος είχε πει επίσης μέσα στην Ευρώπη πρέπει να μοιράζουμε όλες τις γλώσσες και όλους τους πολιτισμούς που έχουμε στα νέα ιδρύματα που είμαστε.
I will try.
Microfono.
I will speak in French and then I will translate in English and then you can translate in Greek. Welcome in Europe.
But please, I was in London yesterday. So patience, please.
With or without the translation?
Un but de notre université est internationalisation des sciences et des études.
The main goal for the university is the internationalization of their training.
Nous avons 18% des étudiants étrangers et nous voulons élever ça jusqu'à 30%. Et je pense que l'Alliance universitaire aidera pour nous faire cette but.
Today there is 18% of foreign students in our university and the goal is to reach 30% in the next year and we think that Athena will help them to reach this goal.
Mais tous nous devons connaître que l'avenir de l'Alliance universitaire et l'avenir de l'Union européenne dépendent d'un issue de la guerre en Ukraine.
And we think that the future of the European University is also important for us to bypass the difficulty of war in Ukraine, for example.
Si l'Ukraine n'est pas gagnée de guerre, l'Union soviétique et l'Alliance universitaire détruira. Dites?
If the Ukrainians don't win the war, we hope that the University Alliance in Europe can win it.
Συγγνώμη, ξέχασα τη γλώσσα. Συγγνώμη, άκουσα τα αγγλικά. Και αυτό επίσης ήταν μια πολύ ωραία σκηνή που ο συνάδελφος βοηθάει άλλο συνάδελφος. Ο συνάδελφος είπε μέσα γαλλικών ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό για το πανεπιστήμιο του να έχει την συνεργασία με τα άλλα πανεπιστήμια και έκανε και μία αναφορά στο πόλεμο στην Ουκρανία και είπε ότι και εμείς στην εκπαίδευση πρέπει να πολεμάμε μαζί πλάι-πλάι για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον.
Can I start?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stefano Guarino from Niccolò Cusano University. Our university is an e-learning university, so our effort in general is on this kind of way of this kind of teaching. The Athena project for us is a very important opportunity to create a new concept of university in terms of teaching, research, and to offer to our students, but also to the European student, a new service that I think is the future of the European universities.
Ο συνάδελφος από Ιταλία, Κουζάνο, είναι εκπρόσωπος του Πανεπιστήμιου που είναι μόνο online, εξ αποστάσεως, αλλά πιστεύει ότι αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για τους φοιτητές του μέλλοντος που θα έχουν πολλές προσκλήσεις μπροστά τους και πιστεύει ότι προσφέρει πάρα πολλές ευκαιρίες στους φοιτητές του μέσα στα πλαίσια του προγράμματος Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστήμιου Αθήνα.
Hello, my name is Maribel del Pozo, and I am the Vice Chancellor for Internationalization from the University of Vigo in Galicia, in the north of Spain. I am here representing our rector, Mr. Manuel Regosa, who was not able to come today, and I am very happy and very thankful for Athena to give us the opportunity to join this wonderful alliance. What do we expect from the Alliance? What we are expecting to improve the international character of our university and to give our staff and students the opportunity to live a real European and international experience. And secondly, we are expecting to share with the Alliance all our, whatever we have, all the resources that we have in a young but very active university and in a beautiful region like Galicia in the north of Spain. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Η συνάδελφος από Ισπανία είναι αντιπριτάνης για διεθνές σχέσεις στην Γαλήθια, στην Βόρεια Ισπανία και πιστεύει πάρα πολύ στο θεσμό του Ευρωπαϊκού Πανεπιστήμιου, που της δίνει την ευκαιρία στο προσωπικό της και στους φοιτητές της να μοιράζουν αυτά που έχει κάθε πανεπιστήμιο που θα είναι στην διάθεση όλων των πανεπιστήμιων. Καθένας θα προσφέρει κάτι στην μέση και όλοι θα έχουμε όφελος από αυτό.
Ευχαριστώ.
But not least.
Hello, my name is Wiesław Gruszecki. I am from Maria Curie-Skłodowska University, Lublin, Poland. We are newcomers to ATHENA Alliance. We are very happy about that. We knew before that ATHENA is a top-level science, top-level education, but now we learn that also it's a very friendly community with a sense of humor and with a great spirit.
Ο συνάδελφος από την Πολωνία που είναι από τη Marie Curie Πανεπιστήμιο είχε πει ότι είχε μάθει για την σύμπραξη και η προηγούμενη ομιλήτρια είπε επίσης για συμμαχία, ένας να βοηθήσει τον άλλον, για την σύμπραξη του Πανεπιστήμιου Αθηνά που ήξερε ότι ήταν πάρα πολύ ψηλό επίπεδο επιστήμης, αλλά συγχρόνως θα ήθελε να ευχαριστήσει το Ελληνικό Μεσογειακό Πανεπιστήμιο για την φιλοξενία και για το φιλικό περιβάλλον που προσφέρει.
Now when we've got a war in Europe, I think it's very important and we are very motivated to show to our students that future belongs to cooperation and even more, just to friendship, and not only in science and also in education, but in all social life. And we hope very much that this ATHENA Alliance will create a space for students to get closer, to see that in all countries young people are the same. They're speaking about the same, they're feeling very similar thing.
Και τώρα που υπάρχει και πόλεμο στην Ευρώπη, τώρα έχουμε την ανάγκη να προσφέρουμε στους φοιτητές μας μία ευκαιρία με ειρήνη και φιλία μεταξύ λαών για τα παιδιά, για τους φοιτητές μας να ξέρουν ότι η νεολαία παντού είναι το ίδιο. Έχουν τα ίδια προβλήματα και τις ίδιες ελπίδες για το μέλλον και πιστεύουμε ότι το Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνά θα κάνει αυτή την ευκαιρία για την νεολαία της Ευρώπης.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε.
If there are maybe some questions from the press. If there are, we are ready to answer them. If there is
The main
time.
question from the press from the very beginning is like all the partners to stay, what do they expect from the alliance? From the very beginning, in order to save some time.
Okay.
Ευχαριστούμε, παιδιά.
Summary of all of you, but they're very different. Do you understand at the back?
Yes, we are his support.
All right. Okay. Aaron. All right. Okay, let's start in order to have the lunch on time. Quiet, please. So we are starting with the presentation of the work packages, the progress that he has made in order to update the community, what has been done through the work packages. Tomorrow we are going to have work packages meetings in a separate room. So now we are going to provide you a summary. Each speaker should have not more than 10 minutes in order to debrief us about the work that has been done in the Athena and what are the next steps. So I would like to invite on the floor Professor Nuno Escudeiro from the IPP Portugal to present us work package 1. I don't know, Nuno, if you would like to present the work package 3 at the same time, or you would like to... Yeah, I can do both. Okay, so since some of us, we have more work packages under our responsibility, we are going to move on with the work package 1, Nuno, and work package 3 in order to move on a little bit faster and do not change a lot of times. So the floor is to Nuno Escudeiro for the next, since he has 2 work packages, 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
So I think I'll go very fast on work package 1 and maybe take a little bit more on work package 3. Don't be scared with the red lights, but these are the things that we really have to do. So with regards to work package 1, can I take this out? Yeah.
But you should be on the camera because
okay. Okay, so I will be here. Okay, so I will be here. So regarding work package 1, so we have most of the things that we should have done, it's done. Now it's mostly monitoring what we are doing. And this is where we have some needs to more inputs from your side. But all the tools that we have are set already. In fact, they were introduced already in the first meeting that we had online in December. We are creating task forces to address specific needs like the competence clusters development and other things. What we are really not doing so well is this quarterly reporting. So we should be having quarterly reporting from each partner university so that we can have our indicators of progress aligned, and we can work on that. And this is really what is missing, and it was a bit tough now for the progress report these last weeks to work on this. So this is something that we will push you to be more on top of this for the next quarters that we have in front of us. Regarding the deliverables, we have all the deliverables that should have been delivered, already delivered, except deliverable 1.3, but that is something that we should deliver only in the next year. So no problems with regards to this. We are doing the monthly stand-up meetings per work package. These are going regularly and very productive. We have finally organized the online calendar because the Teams platform is not allowing people that are guests to see the calendar in Teams, but now we have this platform online that you can find the link in this PowerPoint that we will share through Teams. Regarding the quality assurance, everything is also running smoothly. So we have the quality assurance board. We have the output control procedure that we are all aware of. We have been requested to fill in and to deliver the deliverables and to make them go through this process. And then we have this dashboard for the key performance indicators, and this is where your input is required. This tool that we have is very simple to use, and it places some colors so that we can see which indicators, which areas are under control or are following the expectations and which are not. But to have this running, we need your inputs. And we got the first inputs only after 1.5, so the quarter inputs, the first ones we got was after 1.5 years, because we really need that for the progress report. We do not have all of them, but I'm sure we will manage to do this better from now on. We have made a yearly update of the risk assessment table. In fact, we have identified 3 new risks that are already reflected there, and this was also defined in the progress report. We have this process evaluation. We have 3 rounds to go. 2 have already gone. The next one will be in March. And then the main issue here is the same as here. We need to have this quarter update of the indicators, so we will give you more indications on this through email. Regarding the budget, here we have also something to see, because as we are halfway, we should have 50% of the budget executed. In fact, we have less than 1/3. Most of this was because of the COVID restrictions. We were running ATHENA during 1 full year only in Zoom, and so these moments that we have now were not possible for the first 12 or 13 months of ATHENA, and this is probably the issue. We can see that regarding the staff costs, things are more or less, but when we go to travel costs and individual support, here we have a real low figure. So we need to make sure that we work also on this, because low budget execution is understood also as low execution of the tasks, which is not true. So, but we need to work on this to make sure that we recover the lost terrain. So, what's next? We have this validation methodology to go. So we will start working on the work package 1 meeting in September. We will start discussing this. What the issue here is that one of the things that we have in the application is that we have 2 operational simulations. This means that we have all the ATHENA boards running, so we are going to create hypothetical situations. Imagine one student from IPP that wants to attend a course here in HMU online, and the student is going to ask the offices that we have already in place, and we want to see the reaction, the answers, and if people know the procedures, the tools they have to use to make this possible. We are going to design the scenarios. The bodies that are going to put this forward will not be aware of these situations, and then we will have 1 simulation. The first one will be between September and December. It will run during 1 month, and then depending on the results of this simulation, we will check what procedures have to be corrected, what tools have to be corrected, and then we have 1 final simulation in March 2023, around that time. This is very important also for the final report, because this will be a clear indication that we are all set, that we can run after the project ends. We are going to review the risk management, but this is mainly the task, the quality assurance board, and we will review the key performance indicators and the objectives. This is already a task for all of us via the inputs that we need from you for these indicators. Okay, so this is about it. It's about work package 1. If you have any questions. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we move for work package 3. There was some systematization procedures going on. So this is what we have achieved so far with regards to work package 3. So we have this cooperation model for joint education. The documents are available in Teams. I'm not going into much detail here because Costas is only giving me 15 minutes, but I'll try to highlight the most important things. So this cooperation model for joint education establishes the procedures, the tools that we have to educate, let's say, our students jointly. This involves a set of things like the competence clusters, like a strategy to achieve not the 50% of mobility that the Commission is expecting, but to reach even up to 100%. This can be a really distinctive feature of ATHENA, the fact that we can go much higher than the Commission is asking us. The competence clusters, which I would say it's one of the pillars of our education model that is opening new markets for higher education, and it is giving our students the possibility to have their particular and personalized learning path. We are working on joint courses, on COIL courses, so we have already essayed 2 or 3 of these. We want to develop more, and we want your inputs also in this. So, but this, in fact, is something that has to be acted now, because we would like to have these courses being essayed, tried for the first time from September or from March, from one semester or the other one. If we want to show this to the Commission, we need to put this in place now. Some of these courses have ran already. We tried last year the database course. We started working on the database course, I don't know, in May or something like that. So in a few months, we prepared everything and we ran the course. It was very successful. And when we say that we can achieve 100% mobility is with these initiatives. Because in fact, that database course was the first time that all the students from my department had a chance to have international contacts with students, with professors during the semester. So if we account these international contact as mobility, and they are in fact giving the students the competencies that we want them to develop with this mobility, this is in fact very valuable, and this is going over all the barriers that students face for mobility. Many of the students that want to go for physical mobility cannot go for several barriers, and this helps us overcoming this, and in fact being inclusive, because we are giving all our students the possibility to experience these international contacts during studies that develop, as we all know, all their personal and academic competencies. And with this, imagine that we have a similar course for other areas. We can have basics or fundamentals of physics for the electrical engineering students. If we manage to have these courses in the same model, then instead of 100% of mobility in my department, we will have 100% mobility in the electrical department and in management and in languages, in education, and we can go very high in mobility, and we can make sure that all our students will in fact benefit from this, which is our responsibility. We have run the 2 Erasmus Mundus applications. We have a set of services for the students that are already available, also contributing to international contacts, like the practice platform for academic internships, the language cafe, the colloquial talks, the blockchain certificates. We can already issue blockchain certificates for our students. We can already issue micro-credentials for our studies. These are things that the Commission is still discussing with the stakeholders. We have a solution in ATHENA running right now. We should use it. With regards to, well, we have this policy paper. This is a very important thing from our point of view, because this is a way to address the Commission so that blended mobility and virtual mobility can be accounted for this mobility. If we manage to have this in the agenda of the Commission or somehow being discussed, and if we will report our mobility in the final report, taking into account this virtual and blended mobility, because we are deeply convinced that this is in fact promoting the students' competencies the same way, that not the same way exactly, but in a very similar way, that they can benefit from physical mobility, and this has the great advantage of tearing down all those barriers. So we are going to develop and deliver in our final report the statistics for mobility, taking this into account. And this is here where we can see very relevant figures. Anyway, the policy paper is under discussion, so we are free to put your comments. In fact, we are planning to twist it a little bit, but we will discuss this at some other occasion. The educational board is established. We had the first meeting in Orleans in February. And we are running a few Erasmus Plus projects that have already come after the ATHENA, so with ATHENA partners, and we have a big number of publications. Okay, what is the current standing? We have our joint educational model that you can see here. This is documented in a deliverable that you can find in Teams. So it's very much focused on assuring inclusion, but in the broad sense, inclusion from the point of view that we see it is assuring that all the students and all the staff, academics and administrative staff, can find in ATHENA the conditions they need to succeed in their tasks, either professional, either academic. So this is how we see inclusion. And to make an inclusive university, we need to give the tools to the students, and we need to give them the opportunities. And we can do this with
our vision of embedded mobility with a common infrastructure and with the competence clusters, all of these being somehow ruled by the educational board and being supported by the Higher Education Observatory that has a key paper here, a key role here. So the purpose and the objective of the Higher Education Observatory is to pay attention to the new trends in education, to make sure that we do not lose the balance and that we are always in 5 years looking at what is coming for the next 5 years in higher education and research. The competence clusters are a key pillar of all this. We have identified which is the added value of competence clusters for each stakeholder and what are the specific features that contribute to it. I'll go through the definitions a little bit further. Then we have education director. This is something that is running. This education directory is just a window where the market can see the offer that we have for our students. So I would say this is a one-stop shop for education assets that are available at the ATHENA European University for our stakeholders, not only for our students, but also for all those citizens that want to explore and benefit from the education assets we have in Athena. Competence clusters, the practice platform, the language cafe, the soft skills academic, local talks, the Athena MoodleNet, the remote lab app. So we have a few remote labs and we have an app that our students can use. And all of this should be available through this educational directory, which is the educational part of our website. This is work in progress. And we have this mobility support structure, which is a set of content, services, and infrastructures that assure that our students can have this mobility embedded in the institution. So we have the virtual classrooms installed in all the universities. We have the multimedia labs, so where we have giving the professors the opportunities to build video classes and other type of classes using the multimedia lab. And then they have the virtual classrooms to give lectures online and face-to-face at the same time. This is then, of course, supported by the Athena MoodleNet, that is a hat that is supporting all the Athena individual Moodles that we have in each partner institution. This is, of course, supported and also exported to the exterior through the micro-credentials and our EduCTX blockchain. And then there is a set of content and a set of services. Volunteering, something we will start working from September, practice the language cafe, the apps, and all of this is supported by this mobility kernel, which is a comprehensive portfolio of opportunities for our students to go mobile. Whether you believe it or not on virtual mobility, any university that does not offer students virtual mobility opportunities is putting aside a few number of students that cannot benefit from international contacts by other means. Students that have diseases that they have to go to the hospital every week. These students cannot go abroad for 3 months. Students that are working, students that have families they have to take care of, students with financial issues. There are many, many barriers that are preventing students to go on mobility. And if you put virtual mobility aside because you don't like it for any reason, you are excluding these students for no reason. So we should have a complete portfolio of opportunities for our students, and then it's up to them to choose what is beneficial to them and what is acceptable to them. This is what we see, the way we see inclusion. Give the students the tools they need, and then it's up to them, but we have this responsibility. Coming next, very shortly, we will discuss this at WP3 workshop. Competence clusters, we are already working on this. We have more than or nearly 200 competence clusters already in the database. Now we have to start merging them and working on them so that we can have a taxonomy of competence clusters available online from September. The core courses that I just mentioned, we have to promote more. We have a few, we need more. In fact, in the application that we have promised to have 2 of these courses or similar models per partner universities. So we were 7, now we are 9. We are expecting to have 18, 20 of these courses available within 1 year. The new MoodleNet, so the new MoodleNet, it's a very big step forward. Our colleagues from Cusano will give us the details on this. It is there. We should
have this working already on September. We are running the database course again this year, and we will use this platform. Mainstreaming the micro-credentials with our blockchain solution. This is also a distinctive factor, distinctive feature, let's say, and working further on this policy paper on blended mobility. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Don't know if me time. Yeah. Okay, if there are any questions that we can address now, very good.
Tomorrow you're going to have plenty of time in Work Package 3,
yeah.
3 hours in order to make any questions or any statements. So now I will move myself. I will try to accelerate a little bit since I dictate the restrictions, the time restrictions. So I'm going to present you the two work packages that has been assigned under the work package, under the HMU. The governance is like how do we operate as one university, and of course the dissemination. I mean, they are not so thrilled work packages, but it's a part of the university. So as you have realized, the Athena operates like a university. These kind of meetings of the rectors, the vice rectors in research, I know that they are working already very hard. They have already defined the joint research opportunities and challenges and priorities, but also in collaboration, the research board with the work package of research, work package 4, they have already launched a very useful platform in order to identify research collaboration, to identify what are the research facilities that you can find out within the Athena in order to promote your research, and why not to get more funding for yourself, for your group, and for the university. But let's move on. This is like something, my outline is based on the deliverables that we have promised, like the governance book, the Athena University model, the Athena business plan, the performance model, and finally what we have done regarding the market observatory regarding the higher education. The last one, mainly our implementation and our outcomes until now, they targeted and they aimed the research priorities in the fields that the Athena is involved, and also the teaching science. We would like to go a little bit deeper on the second period regarding the policies, and also linked the Soft Skills Academy with what our colleague Blunden used to say, the foresight. So to create the Athena Foresight Initiative. So let's start with the governance book. The governance book is already available. We run it. We have a lot of meetings of the executive board. It's like what the rectors, they decide, what we propose to the rectors through the Athena office, and what do we execute as in the committees and also in the consulting bodies. So this is something that is run. We somehow try to operate as one university. We operate as one university in the higher level. Now the challenge is from the top to operate as a university in the level of professors, students, and or even administrators. So this is something that we should move on and we should aim. The European university model is something that we would like to address through the Athena, and what you can see over there are priorities regarding higher education. So we should address the fourth revolution in higher education. What does it mean this? Personalized education. Using the tools, using the pedagogies to address each one of the student needs. Otherwise, you are missing students. If you are going to follow the 1600 Humboldt model, it's like a massive education. Medicine has moved from massive education, from massive medicine to personalized medicine. And this is what is happening, and this is what Athena tries to do by organizing all the educational model and all the educational offers that we are going to do to be student-centered. And to be student-centered, you should address each one of the student needs. You should provide assistance, and you should provide the opportunities of each student that you have in your campus. And this is what Athena will try to do through its models and also through the learning analytics, for example, using the artificial intelligence, using the technology. The other one has to do with the European higher education area, like what we have done in the eminent, joint degrees. So joint degrees is one of the priorities of the European higher education area. The use of micro-credentials also is one of the priorities. How to address our collaboration with the market and the society needs is one of the priorities. How many of them do we address right now if we go back to our university? Athena is the opportunity, and this is like, the policies and the statements that we should do. Then the research facilities. I have already mentioned this, that in Work Package 4, under, University of Maribor and under the collaboration of the research board, they are doing a great job. At the beginning, I have welcomed Professor Papadogiannis, that is going to be one of our hosts, but next to him is sitting, the director of the IPP, of the CPPL, or IPPL, Professor Tatarakis, together with, I cannot pronounce the name, Joseph over there. They are working very deeply in order to promote the research within the Athena through the research book, but also to promote the shared research facilities, so all of us using funds to go over there and enjoy. And this is one priority. This is we contribute to the European Union, do not double the same things at the same time. Then we have, as Nuno has mentioned, blended mobility. Already our colleagues in Vilnius Tech, they have organized the first blended intensive program, which combines online learning and also face-to-face interactivity. This is the future, as Nuno has mentioned. We should exploit all the services and all the opportunities to our students. Remember, we are here because of our students. Then, the foresight unit, I will give the floor later on, but I'm stealing this from my colleague Bladen. It's something that is very much linked with the Soft Skills Academy, what the market needs. And the market, they don't just need hard skills, because if you go to the Google, they can train you within 6 months to be the best programmer. But they would like people that they can present things. They want people that they can influence other people. They need leaderships. They need leaders. They need visionaries. This is something that foresight, the market is looking for. I still used to say that in Boston Consulting Group, they used to say, we invite them from their CV, but we hire them because of the soft skills. Okay? So these are the people that they will envision and they will influence other people. Soft skills, that is linked also, not only soft skills, but hard skills, foresight is going to provide us. The Athena social industry interaction is something that our colleagues in the University of Siegen, they are working very deep. They have a fantastic ecosystem around Siegen, and also the French, also colleagues as well. I don't want to be, how can I say, I would like to be fair with everyone, but these are the only places that I have visited and I have seen it in real life. So this is something that we should address immediately. I like very much the idea that they have in Siegen, that students and academics, they have operated, there are industry, how to move from the lab to the fab. And this was, if I'm doing mistake, please correct me, this is what we have visited in Siegen before 1 month. And then we have the Athena governance, all these meetings that happen. So you can see, Athena operates in low levels. We have the vision and we have the targets in order to be successful. The only thing that we need is devotion and work. I mean, if we work, I think that we are on the right pathway in order to be successful. And tomorrow, our external consultant will convince you. So now I'm moving to the business plan. Why business plan? I mean, we are business, eh? We cost money, 5 million euros right now, probably 15 million euros not in a month, I wish in a month, in a year. So we should have the business plan. What kind of targets we have to set in order to be sustainable, to be able to operate without any funding. And this is something that we should achieve. And this is something that we are working. This is like a cartoon of the Athena business plan. And then I will show you what kind of priorities we are writing right now. This is a deliverable that should be delivered at the end of the project. But this is something that we are already working. And these are our principles. Operational excellence in administration level and also in the academic collaboration. Global engagement with all the global players. This is market, they are academics. Nuno spoke before in the press interview about collaboration with US institutions, with Indian institutions, Chinese institutions, but also we should be competitive. We can collaborate, but we should be the bosses or we should have the upper hand. Then we have the collaboration in education, innovation, and research. Research is something very important, brings money. You like it or not, this brings money, but also high education quality also brings money because the students, they know that this is the place that they should be. This is the place that they should study because we take care of them. And this has to do also with the unique student experience. And then, as I mentioned, personalized education together with quality of our curricula, joint curricula, that we are going to enjoy the expertise from all of us. Now we are moving to the performance model. The performance models are the, what did you mention? Key performance indicators regarding the sustainability of our business model. And this is like a summary in the proposal, in the draft that we are writing. You can see 15 of them in the education. Some of them, I just placed 4 of them in each case. You can see what kind of figures we should target, but this is not finalized. This is something that is under development, and we are going to share with our partners when the time comes. Then about the research, this is some indicators that we should target. There are specific numbers to these indicators. Now I just mentioned, the titles, because, numbers matters because money counts and money speaks. Platten says that money does not smell, but money speaks, no? So if we go to the connection with the society, this is some other KPIs that we can introduce in order to be able to evaluate if we are doing the job, okay? This is something that is under development. Internationalization, very important factor for any one of us, but Athena provides something, a benefit to us. We are already a network, so this means that we can promote, we can enhance the mobilities, the educational collaboration within this network. And as Nuno has mentioned, Europe and all the calls, they favor it on this. If you write that you are in a European university, you have more chances to get the money if your call and if your project is good compared to something else that is good, but they do not participate in the European universities. The university environment, what kind of services do we offer to our students, to our staff? And staff is not only academics, it's administrators. This is something that we should address, and I'm wondering how many of them back to your universities, are doing. So thanks to this alliance, we can do it. Quality and assurance, very important. Quality assurance has to do with the services, with the curricula, with any services that we are doing. And then I'm moving to the observatory. So in the observatory, as Nuno said, is like to see the future. In the publications, we used to say, when we are doing bibliographic research, stand to the soldiers of the giant. So we should stand on the soldiers of the giant and see, as I can see you right now, what is the future. And this is something with some specific activities we try to address. And I'm going to summarize them. So this is something that, I stole and I borrowed. I can say I borrowed. From a report from a Slovenian colleague that he's going to represent Athena University in a very high-profile activity and event in Brussels on the 23rd. And you can see over there the activities of the observatory. Actually, he has borrowed from the proposal, so we are equal. So we borrowed the same thing. So you can see over there what are the research priorities. We have the shared research activities thanks to the research board, but then we can see how the research is moving in this direction. What are the future of pedagogies and teaching? This is very important because we train our students, and only if you train your students well, they are going to become leaders in the research. You are not going to have, for example, in the best of the cases, research students that they are doing the work, but then after 5 minutes, okay, I have done it. What I'm going to do next? So you don't need these research students. You need innovators. You need people that they will take into the charge, like people independent, sustainable. So let's see what we have done in the Athena. This is some of the project, of the colloquia talks that we have done through the Athena. Top of the cream. If you check each one of the scientists, the profile, the age index, and the citations, tell me how much of them do you have back home in a percentage. So we try to call the best of the best regarding our research. Electronics, whatever happens under the electronics, electrical engineering, and IT. So over there, the highlight is like before 2 weeks, we had the new Minister of Science Education from Portugal, Elvira Fortunato, participate as an academic in one of these talks. And he presented paper electronics, something that the Portuguese you should be very proud. Portugal right now leads the paper electronics industry in the world. So over there you can see that we have invited people that they see the future of technology. They can see the future of the research. All of them, they are recording in the YouTube channel that we share with the Vilnius Tech through our social media. And if you have the chance, there are 48 colloquia talks, 1 hour each, and imagine the impact. 48 talks
and at the minimum were 20 participants. If you multiply, you can see 500 people, the minimum, they have followed and they heard about the Athena. This is as a continuation of the dissemination. So you can see that we have shared, anything starting from flexible electronics, transparent electronics, robotics, soft robotics, anything has to do with what Athena is involved. Then we have also introduced 13 talks in pedagogies, how to make our teachers better, starting from flipped classroom, micro-credentials, problem-based learning, active learning, design thinking, anything that our teachers, they should have, they should incorporate in order to not be bored, in order to be active with your students, in order to be able to give the floor to your students to be the owner of their learning. And this is the future. And this is something that we have already offered. Intensive courses in technology themes, because Observatory we should do this. You can see over there, during the COVID, the Smart Cities webinar that with more than 500 people registered and more than 300 people attended for a week. The live event that our colleagues in Lithuania, they have done in Smart Cities. Smart Cities combines everything, robotics, artificial intelligence, new electronics, transparent electronics, smart windows, anything. Anything that has the smart, artificial intelligence, this means, increases to make us smarter. Like webinar and intensive program in layered materials, 2D materials that they produce, the revolution in electronics, faster electronics, printed electronics. The future of the electronics are over there. Or if you check out your mobile phone, you will see that everything is in organic electronics. If you can ask my colleague, Professor Kimakis, at the end, he's going to tell you that printed electronics is everything. And here in HMU, thanks to internationalization, we have the first shared facility in Greece, in printed electronics, with collaboration from Portugal, Germany. Tomorrow, a German colleague from Siegen will come here to do a shared research with our colleagues. So Athena provides, and the Observatory, all this information. Then, collaboration with the US, we said before, collaboration with US. This kind of intensive program happened in collaboration with Cornell in US, with EPFL in Switzerland. Partners that we are looking for now. If you are going to listen, our external consultant tomorrow, he told me, Kostas, we should bring Swiss partners, we should be Turkish partners. This kind of activities brings us in communication. The more of our scientists they are going to communicate and collaborate, more papers they are going to be published in the Athena book. If we are speechless, or if we don't speak with each other, or if we don't participate in these activities, how dare are you going to, how I will know what are you doing in the lab? Tell me. So these are things that happen in Athena. 5G communications webinar, Ericsson, Nokia, were over there. They teach our students. 5G now is the future. Am I right? This is something that we should train our society to do. Otherwise, 5G, they will say to us, the community will say, oh, it brings cancer. No, that does not bring cancer. Other things probably brings cancer, not 5G. And then we have in September, at the end of September, we have our international week. In which field? In Hanya. Actually, you should come in Hanya. On the 26th to the 30th of September, we organize this international week in a topic related to the foresight or what the European Union would like to do now. Digitalization of the society. So digital skills for internationalization. These are things that Athena Observatory is doing. More than this, link with the market, Soft Skills Academy. We organize this, and you forgot this, Nuno, in your presentation. This is the 6th COIL course. We organize this together with IPP, Cusano, and Orleans. So these are the organizational committee of this course. But we have partners from the market, from all over the world, psychologists, not only electronic engineers and electrical engineering. What Athena is envisioned is to bring all the departments here. And this is a chance. People, they are speaking to our students and to our staff. What market needs? Remember, you are hired by these skills. And then we have the women. We would like also, and this is something that they will present later on, what is the impact of the University of Vigo to us? And one of the targets that we have set, don't worry, Mariabel, I'm a politician, I'm going to promise. It's like to generate the gender unit within the Athena. How to promote in the engineering, the female participation. And based on my experience, it's not hard. My wife is much smarter than me. And we know that we should exploit all this power that, females they can bring, and the females, they don't come to the engineering. So we should address this. And then we have the fourth industrial revolution school. All the technologies, starting from the graphene, starting from the robotics, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, lasers, over there, they have been addressed, and everything is stored and can be viewed by you. They can be watched by you in the YouTube channel of our ATHENA European University. So now these are the Observatory future actions, and I can include the ATHENA Foresight topics. I was waiting to contact with them. We have not contact with them, so we are going to be the boss. We are going to do the first step. ATHENA summarizing report related to the higher educational policies. Already we plan in September some activities regarding teaching mathematics, some pedagogies, some training courses, but mathematics is one of the natural science courses. We can promote this to other topics. Training events for our teachers to make our teachers better. The ATHENA Campus. What is the ATHENA Campus? The ATHENA Campus is, we are going to target an area, let's say printed electronics, and we are going to invite graduate students that they have been in the market or they have taught this topic to come to our campus and speak to our undergraduate students about this topic. Market stakeholders, they will come and they will speak, and this will influence the undergraduate students to say, wow, flexible electronics, printed electronics is an opportunity for me. I will go there. And I just mentioned, as an example, printed electronics. It could be photonics. It could be lasers. And this is the way how to promote new topics, new priorities within undergraduate students to promote and come to our lab, continue the research, or contribute to this technology. So this is the campus, to bring in the university market stakeholders, graduate students, our alumni to come and contribute. The ATHENA Multidisciplinary Department, this is like, like a dream. Like how to make engineers within the engineering to bring people from the design, bring people from marketing. Before ATHENA, I was thinking, marketing? What is this? What is this bullshit? But, it's very important. It's very, very important. And now the engineers, they should know this before my age, that I'm 50 years old. We should train, our engineers to do this. Okay, so we can bring other disciplines in the curricula in order our students to get more familiar. The ATHENA MOOC platform, the online, we have so many online courses produced within the ATHENA. We should be more organized. We should place them in the same platform. And, of course, the BIPs. So, my motto is stay hungry, stay foolish, and now I will jump to the work package 9, because I have another one. In 3 minutes I will finish because it's dissemination. Okay, so work package 9 and dissemination. So this is the dissemination plan, the most wanted deliverable of the ATHENA. Made, from the first day, but they are still looking for it even the last day. So this is something that has been done, and it describes the stakeholders, the priorities, the events that we should organize per time, and what kind of events we should organize. We have not followed it, but we will try to be more consistent, from now and then. But we have done, as you will see, a lot of dissemination activities with an impact in collaboration with all of you, but in the most of the cases with work package 5, the branding. So let's see, what we have done. This is this communication and dissemination plan. As I mentioned, what are the ATHENA stakeholders, the dissemination actions. We should be more focused, and this is my responsibility and my fault, to be more, to plan the frequency of these actions per stakeholder and reporting of the dissemination actions. We have already done, we have created a platform where the dissemination team that comes from HMU, from Ziggy and Konstantin. Where is Konstantin? Konstantin is very important because corrects everything, even the comma. It is like Virginie and Sasha. These are the core teams. Where is Sasha? Is here. I was just checking. Probably you were on the beach. That's why I will check. We are working together in order to make all the dissemination activities, as you will see. So the development, what are these dissemination actions? We started with newsletters. We have produced 3 newsletters. We have the website, the main website. We disseminate through the webinars that we organize, the COIL courses, the sports event. Anne, Luis, and Virginie, they are very proud, and they should be very proud for another Greek name that we are very proud, the Athenathon. Probably, during the work package 7, you are going to present, ever. So I'm going to shut up and I'm not going to say anything. And also the info days and the interviews and the dissemination material. establishes connections and regional government education entities. This is something that has happened, but not in an organized way. We have participated in various events in the European Commission. We have informed, and we are in close contact with our national agency to inform them about the Athena and whatever we are happening. The next event will happen in Brussels, where a colleague from the University of Maribor will participate in order to present the priorities regarding innovation of the Athena, but I will give the floor to Blandens or to the Maribor's team to present. And also we have been inviting the French Embassy on the 23rd on the 23rd of June to present Athena to the French ambassador together with the University of Orleans. And also the talk series in coordination that the French University of Orleans, University of Siegen, the University of Maribor and the IPP have organized during 2021-2022. So now the annual conference is something that we have not done because of the COVID, but it's something that we should get focused and invite all the rest of the Athena, or not the Athena, all the rest of the European university to participate and share experiences and policies. This is something that will happen next year. The development of the sustainability plan is there. You can see some activities in order to promote our sustainability. Some of them they have already mentioned. Our external consultant has been informed, the grant office. So to be able to chase our funding without asking. It's not nice to go to the European Commission all the time and say, like, give me money. So we should be asked to give, to take the money. The creation of the doctoral schools is something that our colleagues from Poland, they will help us since they run doctoral schools and other partners as well, but this is something that has been assigned at the current stage to our Polish partner. And you can see other things, addressing student needs, design things for the students is something that will contribute for the Athena to be there. On top of this, joint courses, joint degrees is something that it will help. And with this, again, stay hungry, stay foolish, be aggressive, and I think that we can be successful. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite on the floor Work Package 5, I'm not good in mathematics, I'm sorry. Work Package 4. Our colleague Joseph, I cannot pronounce his surname. I'm sorry about this, I cannot even start. He is also the director of the Athena research book. So the floor is yours. Work Package 4. You can use this.
Thank you.
This is my water.
Thank you, Kostas. So I'm sorry, I will maybe reduce the number of words per minute, but I will try to stay in time. Kostas, thank you for the floor. So I'm replacing now our colleague Tatiana Welzer-Drużowicz, who is on another parallel meeting in Heraklion also. So she's the leader of the work package. And I have the honor to present, according to the schedule, this part of Work Package 4. So we have two parts. First is an overview of achievements, and the second goals to be achieved in 2022-23 academic year, as we've been asked. So I will start with Athena Progress Report. It was a very interesting exercise for us. And then about the Athena Research Book, which is in the process now, and about the cooperation between Research Board and the VP4 team. So in the second part, the VP4 goals to be achieved, further development of VP4 tasks and deliverables, Athena Research Book Volume and Volume 2. We even didn't finish the Volume 1, but we have to think about Volume 2. And the Shares Resources Directory. We will intensify the update and the use of Shared Resources Directory. Maybe for those who remember better the F02 and F01 form, it is called now, it is rebranded according to the project proposal. It's a Shared Resources Directory now. And I'd like to finish with a proposal how to continue the cooperation even in an ad hoc mode between the work packages. So the progress report, as I mentioned, it was a very interesting exercise. Nuno and, of course, all the others did a great job. And for us, it was really good because we have to make a very concise writings and to reflect what we did. As I learned, we sent it to the founder at June 7th, so it is behind us. That's very good. So in progress report, we mentioned and we described all the tasks. These are, just to refresh your memory, and for those who are new with us, hello. These are the tasks within Work Package 4. So the cooperation model of research and development, and the joint R&D projects, which we are collecting already. We already have 22 joint R&D projects. Here are the activities for students, and raising the awareness of Athena R&D. And you can see already here that a lot of things is overlapping with those what was mentioned by Kostas and Nuno too. And of course the link to the industry, where we worked on the strategy of our colleagues at the university, worked at the strategy of Athena, and there were some seminars with the industry representatives. Just stay a little bit with the progress report. There was just one milestone, but it was the heavy one. So the milestone sounds like all VP4 tasks are performed and 4 deliverables are produced. The only delay is with the Athena R&D book. It's deliverable 4.3, which is in progress, and it was described in that way. And this delay does not influence the other performed activities under VP4. So namely the deliverable 4.3 is self-standing products, and we hope that it will be a great showcase of Athena partners in the field of research. Just an overview what we have done, so overview as in achievements. The research board and VP4 team cooperation. The ideation happened at the Orléans meeting in February or March, yes, February 2022. And I'm happy that Professor Michael Tatarakis is also here. He is the chair of the research board, and we try to organize the work in the way that we support, the VP4 team supports the research board by getting the priorities, the research priorities of Athena, and of course about the organizing and sharing the research infrastructures. And I think this will be also the topic of our work. Here I'd like to mention the shared resources directory again. Namely, many of you remember that a few months ago we tried to ask you to update the records in this shared resources directory, that you bring in new entries to this directory. And Marco Holbel, my colleagues, could you please stand up? And Marco is here with us. And if you need any assistance with existing or new records in shared resources directories, then he's the person to assist you. And these records in shared resources directory is very important also for the work of the research board, because they are using this as a starting point when defining the priorities. And here will be also a web-based support to set these priorities, but more about this tomorrow. So I have, I'd like to ask you something. We are struggling with Athena research book. We received quite a lot of contributions, not so bad, 46 of them, 21 even original research papers, 16 student contributions, 5 short reports, 4 reprints. And we need to do now the task of reviewing this. So we already received a list of potential reviewers, and we are in contact with them. We already received a few reviews. Sorry, the numbers are not there. It's an older version, but no problem at all. So if you have a recommendation for a very good reviewer in a field of natural sciences and technology, life sciences, social sciences and humanities is already covered with reviewers, please let me know or let know Sasha. Sasha is there with Marco. Please stand up, Sasha. So Sasha is a technical editor of the Athena research book, so you are welcome to contact us. And now we are in the second part and concluding part of this presentation for the development of VP4 tasks and deliverables. And this list, which is here, is quite interesting, and it is taken almost directly from the proposal. So there is a second phase now. We have the model, we have the infrastructure build, and so on. So we need to promote of joint projects, and we need to address the market needs. So access to R&D for SMEs at fair cost. That is one of the goals. Transfer of research results to the society with spin-offs and related instruments. R&D challenge windows is defined also. And companies may submit challenges to be solved. There are parallel projects which can be used already here, and this is good. It can be complemental. And there will be calls for R&D challenges that will be submitted to the companies. And what can we say? I turn back just a little bit to the Athena Research Book, Volume 1, and especially Volume 2. We have, I think, that's my personal opinion, which is not coordinated yet with the other editors, Anne and Costas, so that maybe we should change the concept of Volume 2 book. And I have an idea here, but it is not important at that moment, sorry. And there is, again, the Shared Resources Directory. Yes, 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Shared Resources Directory. We need to intensify the updates and the use. So I already mentioned it. I go to the last slide. So this is the last one. Achievements. The progress as planned and expected regarding the VP4 research. I find this important. Enhancement has been made, even not stated in the project proposal. However, they contribute to the declared project goals and, I believe, to the quality. Shared Resources Directory, Web-based Research Board, and other things. In future, so further and intensified involvement of R&D units of Athena partners needs to be exercised. We need to cooperate more. And this can be done, of course, with working of the model. And the last proposal is quite interesting. We propose that ad hoc working groups is needed between the work packages. And it should not be limited to, but what VP3, the education, VP4, research, and VP6 should find in that second period of the Athena project a new way of intensified cooperation. Thank you very much.
And now that we should call Asta, our colleague from the Vilnius Tech, to present the branding work package. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I think it was a good idea to have it after Costas presented dissemination, but okay, let's have it right now. So first of all, as all of us, we have to report. And talking about the branding and communication, probably the short way to say what we did, it's done. It's done in time. I mean, we had 3 deliverables. First of all, market research. Maybe now it's better because, yeah. So first of all, market research, then branding and communication strategy, and we also had to deliver Athena brand book. So I can say that we have fully created visual identity. We have all the tools, all the templates needed for partners, and also communication guidelines and also communication rules, let's say. So rebranding was completed, and we see that this rebranding action, it also was, it resulted in quite a nice kickoff in all social media and it is attracting more visibility to our network. So it is important to state that over 500 different communication messages were delivered during first 18 months of our action. And the communication tools used were very, very broad in terms of the portfolio, from press releases to movies to special, let's say, digital campaigns We also had different messages on newspaper, traditional media, and digital media including. So we have fully established, full-fledged portfolio of the channels now. Basically, that is what we need. So we have 4 main social media channels, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We do have YouTube channel, and we have our website. So basically, we have the tools, we have the channels. Now it's the time to exploit and explore and to add more content. What is important? We should have much more integrated approach to our own institutional channels because we have to multiply. We are 9 partners, and almost every partner has at least 5 major channels. So if we would act in a more, let's say, sophisticated way when co-branding some activities, sharing some activities, putting the message through our own channels, that would increase our visibility of Athena, and also give us better reach, better engagement of the communities. So this is extremely important moment. Back to the website, we created, the website is created, we do have editorial team for the website, we have the tools, and what is very important, we also had the training to provide all the partners with, let's say, skills needed to have a decentralized approach. Once again, decentralized approach is probably the only possible for communication because we have to increase the flows, we have to be flexible, we have to be fast when reacting, when putting our message. So it looks that this decentralized approach is very, very clever solution and very efficient solution for us. So now the time is increase the volume and increase the probably frequency, as Costa said, of our actions to have more planned approach. Less ad hoc, more planned would be better. Visibility. What we did, I think, within first 18 months, the most important task was to reach our inner communities. We do have almost 130,000 students, and we have 10,000 staff members. We are moving towards 140,000+ students and probably about 12,000 of staff members. To have their buy-in is the most important. We have to do our promo, so then we could have those, let's say, people who are interested, who could be our first, let's say, clients of Athena, and who will bring the message broader to other audiences. So we had quite a good exposure, I would say, to policymakers, local policymakers, but also European policymakers. Some activities, collaboration, especially in collaboration with the embassies, with some local authorities, were extremely successful. I think these activities could be, let's say, scaled, and we have to think about some, let's say, follow-up activities in that area. So we still have a huge hidden resource. The most influential partners, our associate partners, who are and who could be our main, let's say, influencers and gatekeepers towards some other audiences. So expanding and exploring possibilities of multilingual communication. This is the task we are implementing through localizing our messages through our local channels, university internal channels. But that is very, very important, reach of the local communities. And to have more Athena-related promo materials, but our focus is very clear. Digital, because it is more sustainable, more efficient, we can better scale. So just to summarize future tasks. Again, strong focus on activities we have in Athena. Embrace and use and involve and integrate our new partners and to have their presence very clear on the website Their logos are there. We had welcome message to our new partners yesterday on Facebook. So they are our new partners. Welcome on board, and we are looking to see you there. Thank you for joining. So new partners, new actions of work packages. So communication is about giving the visibility for existing actions, giving visibility for our value proposition to different target groups. So it's about the action first of all, and then proper communication. Visual content, video content should be priority if you want to target younger generation, if you want to target modern people who rely a lot on video content. So again, internal community is very important. Better monitoring of the metrics. Agreement. Tomorrow we have to discuss how we interpret some KPIs we had, some let's say key performance indicators. So to have common agreement what it is for us, and to do better metrics and better monitoring. Much better plan that we had. We had very ad hoc, a lot of ad hoc activities, but probably planned foresight would be very important. Website development, further development of the sections, expanding content, strengthening visual identity on the website, more thematic campaigns, and boosting social media, having better reach and better engagement, and students as a target group, giving more clear message to them, but also students as contributors. We have, again, a hidden resource which is not used for Athena, for the purpose of Athena, so students. So to summarize, we are going to remain decentralized in terms of the action and in terms of the commitment, but very centralized in terms of our goal and visual identity and, let's say, communication style. So that is going to be discussed tomorrow, and I believe that we are going to enhance VP5 to give proper visibility to Athena. That's it.
We're going to welcome Ilka Kurek, Dr. Ilka Kurek, that participates in the work package 6, Industry and the Relations of Athena with Industry. So the floor is yours, Ilka.
Okay, thank you. I will try to hurry up. So, how does this work? What? Okay. Yeah, so hello again, everybody. So our work package is divided into 4 main tasks, and I will go through these tasks in my presentation. The first task concerns the establishment of an effective industry interface, and here we have established the 2 main structures within Athena for industry collaboration, which are the Industry Interface Committee, or IIC, and the so-called Liaison Offices. So the Industry Interface Committee is an advisory board within Athena. It consists of 5 people representing the legal, the educational, the science, and the industry perspective, and their mission is to provide strategic advice and to support us in the analysis of economic sectors in order to improve our collaboration activities. This IIC has met the first time in September last year, and the second meeting will actually take place next week on June 22nd, where they will be updated on the current activities in our work package and where they will be discussing about our current or our plans for the second half of the funding period. The liaison offices have been established by nominating 1 person per partner institution who is already experienced in the communication with industry. And these people are already strongly involved in Work Package 6 as they are active participants of our working group, and they participate also in our monthly Work Package meetings. The mission of these liaison offices is to build the bridges between the higher education institutions and the industry, so they are the contact points for interested companies. They will organize company visits and local events, and they are responsible for the bundling of the existing local networks that we have already and the transfer centers that we have at each partner university to an international level. So at the moment, both of these structures are still running under the umbrella of Work Package 6, and especially the tasks of the liaison officers are at the moment carried out not only by them, but by the whole working group active in Work Package 6. But on the long run, these two boards will run independently, and so our plan for the next couple of months is to strengthen the communication between these two boards in order to prepare already now for the time after the project phase when we do not have the work packages anymore. The second task is about the development of a new university enterprise cooperation model and mindset. And the long-term goal here is to create a system of sustainable cooperation between Athena and the industrial world. So here we have carried out several regional events and local events at each partner country already in order to inform about Athena and to advertise Athena to our regional companies. We have also initiated the collaboration with regional networking stakeholders, such as, for example, in Germany, the so-called BVMW, which is the Federal Association of SMEs, or in France, we have DEVUP, which is an agency for economic development, where close collaboration is already going on. And we have contacted and informed the chambers of commerce and industry about Athena. And we really think that this is really important to connect with these regional networking stakeholders, because we all have good functioning networks already in our regions. And these networking stakeholders know the companies, they know about the needs and the challenges they are facing, and so we can probably highly benefit from their experience now and in the future. And in addition to these rather regional events and activities that have been carried out so far by each partner, we have on a bit more international level organized, for example, a hybrid seminar at the end of November on interlinking with regional stakeholders. This was a part of our Athena seminar series. And here we had participants from other European university alliances as well as from the industry, and we discussed about how a good collaboration between the industry and the European University Alliance should look like. And also we have organized a workshop on industry collaboration in the beginning of May in Siegen. This took place from May 4th to May 6th, and we had a total number of 20 participants from all your partner countries with us, except the new partners which were not represented here yet. And these participants included both people that are already strongly involved in Work Package 6, but also some researchers from your universities working in the field of IoT and automation, as this was the main thematic topic that we picked for this workshop. So our objectives here were to develop and discuss ideas for future activities. We wanted to meet companies and learn about good collaboration practices between the university and the industry. So basically what we did during these 3 days is we visited several companies and competence centers in the area of Siegen and also some laboratories at our university. And yeah, we had some very good and fruitful discussions here. And the last objective is referring not only to Work Package 6, but also to Work Package 4, because by selectively or especially inviting people working in the field of IoT and automation, we wanted to connect researchers with from a common field of interest in order to discuss with them about their ideas for potential future collaboration projects involving industry partners. The main event of this workshop took place on the very first day, and to this event we invited guests from the industry, but also some people from our university in Siegen that have so far not been into too much contact with Athena yet. And during this event, we presented Athena in general. We talked about our vision and our goals regarding industry collaboration, followed by short presentations by each partner institution. And afterwards, we had some time for personal exchanges, so our guests could speak with our workshop participants about potential collaboration ideas and about the added benefit Athena might have for their company or for their research. And the main difference of this event compared to other regional events we had so far was that here, this event had a more international character, as the whole Athena consortium was represented. And we had the impression that this way it was much easier for us to really convey the added value that Athena might have for a company that might, for example, be very well connected on a regional level, but maybe not on an international level yet. And so our main conclusion from this workshop was that now we would like to organize similar events as this one in each partner country until the end of the project phase in order to present Athena in a more holistic way. The third task is about the establishment of innovative cooperation practices in terms of R&D, education, events, and employability. And as my time is limited, I will just give you some short examples. I will hurry up, yeah. about some activities that we have undertaken so far in order to reach these goals. So for example, we are currently preparing joint research projects with the industry. During our workshop, we have discussed some first ideas for 2 calls, which are actually coming up in 2 days from now. One is focusing on IoT and the other one on robotics, on IoT and sensors, and the other one is more focusing on sensors, and we have collected first ideas for a proposal that we might submit here, and also collected some ideas on potential partners from the industry we might involve in these projects. Also, we are planning to involve partners from the industry in our educational programs. One example that for an activity that we took in this direction is the Erasmus Mundus joint master proposal that we have submitted in the middle of February. So here we are planning to involve experts from the industry as guest lecturers as well as supervisors for master projects. In terms of cooperative events with the industry, I would like to mention the online seminar that we have organized in the framework of the World IP Day in April this year. This was organized by the University of Maribor with participation of the University of Siegen. And here we had presentations of experts on international property. And as Nuno has also mentioned in his presentation, we have implemented the Praxis online portal within Athena as our online portal for internships, and we have started a campaign to advertise this platform to our regional industry and to our students. The last task deals with the promotion and of the transfer of knowledge and results to society, and I also put here the promotional activities that we have undertaken in order to advertise Athena to the stakeholders from the industry. For example, we have produced 2 short promotion videos by the University of Siegen and by IPP addressing stakeholders from industry. We have also been invited in Siegen to participate in the podcast Campus Europa, which is produced by the German Academic Exchange Service. And the topic of the episode of this podcast was European University Alliances and their cooperation with the industry. So this was another nice opportunity for us to speak about Athena and about our goals and the challenges we are facing. We are currently restructuring the submenu on our Athena website. This is currently still called Stakeholders, but we will rename it into Business and Career. And the aim here is to better address stakeholders from industry and students interested in an industrial career. And last, we are establishing the joint Athena Career Service. There have already 4 meetings of the career services taken place where they discussed about potential joint offers for our students in terms of trainings, individual career advisors or career days. And for example, currently the career services are planning to organize a virtual Athena Career Day in the middle of October, addressing students from IT and engineering with the focus on how to pick the right job and the right company in order to start a successful industrial career. So our goals to achieve in the end of this year and the beginning of next year is to further work on the building of a strong international network between Athena and the industry. So we all have taken a lot of activities on a regional level yet, but now it's time to take the next step and bundle these regional networks to an international level. So one important activity is here, or are here the international on-site meetings that I have mentioned before, where we want to bring together industry representatives and representatives from the Athena consortium in each partner country until the end of the project phase. Further, we want to present Athena on industrial, international and national affairs in order to achieve higher awareness and establish further industrial contacts. And next to these networking activities, we want to work on the strengthening of the active collaboration between Athena and our partners. So now that we have established first contacts to industry partners, we need to work on the active involvement of these partners in teaching activities, in the organization of events, and this is very important now for the second half of the project phase, we need to develop lifelong learning offers and advanced training offers for students interested in an industrial career and for people already working in industrial companies that are adapted to the current market needs. So we need to go into a discussion with our industry partners in order to discuss with them about the actual demands they might have for specific offers here. And last but not least, of course, joint research projects are of high importance for Athena in general. And in the framework of Work Package 6, we of course hope that we will manage to establish several and hopefully successful joint projects with partners from the industry until the end of the project phase. And especially these two last points show again, or they are highly connected with Work Package 3 and Work Package 4, and this is what Joseph also has mentioned before. This shows again how strongly our work packages are actually interconnected, and that in order to reach our goals, it's important to maintain a good communication not only within our work packages, but also between the work packages. And with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much. Was too long, right? I cannot speak any faster than this. I try.
Thank you. And let's welcome now one of the oldest members of the Athena Consortium. Not in age. Anne de Luis, Associate Professor Anne de Luis from the University of Orleans. I will say the most, how can I say, the individual with, the most elite education in her life, starting from Sorbonne, then Oxford, Cambridge, so we're very glad. She's going to present Work Package 7, Internationalization. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Kostas. Don't know if I'm the oldest person in the room, but perhaps. But I wanted to start with thanking the HMU team for their good organization and their amazing hospitality in the name of the Orléans team, which is very happy to be here. And I think the best way to repay that hospitality is to keep this presentation really short at this time of the day. How does this work? Okay. Right. So I'm not here to represent the University of Orléans, of course, but the Work Package 7, Internationalization. We're very pleased and happy with the work spirit that's in this work package. It's not one university dominating, but really everyone working together, which as in the other work packages, of course. I really like to remind people of the full name of this work package. All the work packages have longer names, actually, than the shortcuts that we always use. It's transforming internationalization, transforming our institutions, networking and outreach. It's really about making our institutions ready for becoming more international. They're all already a bit international, but to create the best conditions for education, for research, for everything else that we do to become more international. It's about creating the conditions and also then expanding beyond Athena. That's the outreach. So what we do in this work package, we work on facilitating the mobility to make it smooth and easy to move between our universities. Also create, this is related to other work packages, create awareness in our students and staff and the entire academic community that they are part now of the European Alliance through some activities that I'm going to present. Support the academic staff because they are really key for internationalization and they need to be helped. We can't just expect them to do this all by themselves in their free time. And to go even further and train all staff and really build these competences and the service culture that we need in internationally oriented institutions. And then networking and outreach, build partnerships, extend the network. Well, we've started, but it can also be, our focus is on Europe, but it can also be beyond Europe. This has already been mentioned. Current standing, so these are just highlights. It's not a complete picture of everything we've done. That wouldn't be possible in, I hope, less than 10 minutes. So we set up the Athena International Relations Office. It's a support service. We had lots of discussions about the scope, how it works, the operating model. That was our first deliverable. Who is in there? First meetings have taken place. We've spent a lot of time deciding what this office is going to do and not to do, what it is and what it isn't. So it doesn't, and it's actually a model, I think, for this kind of cooperation within Athena. Not that it's perfect, but just it doesn't replace our existing international relations office. It's an interface for smooth cooperation between the offices. Everybody who's in the Athena team can consult it and can ask it for help, for support. It's actually there to compile information, to compile statistics, to find technical solutions, and so on. We've defined 20 tasks, which I'm not going to list here. One that I like as well is to actually identify special competences in our international relations offices. There might be an expert who's very good at developing double or joint diplomas somewhere. There might be somebody who's excellent at organizing summer schools, and we can all learn from each other. It's distributed excellence as everywhere within Athena. The first meetings have taken place. At the beginning, this is being chaired by Orléans, so Jennifer and Virginie, you are here with you, and you can ask them questions about this office, if you want. We promote in Work Package 7, that's our work brief, promoting activities for internationalization. And staff and student training opportunities are actually also within this work package. So it's really preparing our staff for this internationally intense institution and alliance that we want to build. So the online language cafe has already been mentioned, initiative from the University of Siegen, but it falls also within work package 7. The wonderful soft skills academy that Costas and HMU are driving. That's part of staff and student training opportunities. Actually, in work package 7, we need to somehow coordinate this all of this. Well, somebody mentioned already the Athenathon. It's something that we've coordinated in work package 7. A sports event, but actually what's much more than that. There's also a research aspect, a great communication aspect. Actually, this was a driver to really establish the Athena social networks also a bit quicker than we would have otherwise done. It's in its second edition now, and participation has actually grown from last year to this year. What we said in our application is that on each Europe Day, 9th of May, we would organize a 5,000-meter run in each university. That was in pre-COVID times, and now we found this really creative way of still doing sports together, work for a greener planet, and so on. What's also within this task, between staff training and raising awareness in our university communities that we are now part of a European university, was actually the seminar series. There was also a great cooperation between 4 universities, and within Athena, actually all of us and some French embassies, and this was an official event of the French presidency of the European Union, which is still going on this month, and lots of you participated. Professor Kacic actually was part of the round table, of course. We also discussed about an alliance-wide implementation of the European Student Card. So the dream is actually, and we can't say it's impossible, but the dream is to have a common Athena European Student Card with lots of services attached and a common visual identity. It would be great for every student to have this in their pocket, to remind them that they are part of Athena, and to have all these services that make it easier to move between our 7, soon 9 campuses. So we've identified all the challenges, of which there are many. Some universities have really strong data protection issues. There's one university has a contract with a bank. It's a credit card at the same time or a banking card at least for their debit card for their students. In other countries, there's absolutely no national initiative for these European student cards. So it's something that we are not going to do immediately. That's actually the decision that we reached. We're waiting for Athena 2.0 to launch it with our Polish and Spanish friends. We need a strong will from the rectors for that. And well, the time isn't right yet, but every institution is free to put the Athena logo and the European Student Card logo on their cards, of course, right now, which some are doing already. Last point. So as I said, it's only highlights, it's not a complete picture. We've elaborated an Athena action plan to increase support for academic staff. This actually started from our conviction that academic staff, teachers, lecturers, researchers are key for internationalization, and they often do this in their free time, and they need more support from their institutions. So what's in this action plan that is going to be presented to the rectors very shortly, tomorrow in the executive committee, is actually to have a critical look at the workload that we are imposing on academic staff, to make sure that they have the appropriate administrative support services in each institution. We have recommendations for the work of these support services so that they have the best practices and minimum standards in each university. It's also training for academics because they need to teach in English, teach online. If they want to participate in Athena activities, teach in English, teach online, and teach in international classroom. So we need training activities also in the local languages in all universities. And then what we would wish is from Work Package 7, of course it's for the rectors to decide, and according to national legislation, that this is being taken into account in career advancement for academics. We are judged about our research output, but this is also very important work for our institutions and for the European higher education area, and it should be taken into account. So these are our recommendations. The rectors will decide, and then we've got a timeline to implement this. Right. Next steps, that's tomorrow. So we, in Work Package 7, we will also try to work towards an Athena internationalization strategy, which might feed into the strategic plan that Kostas mentioned, Athena 2030 strategic plan. Perhaps we'll just contribute our part, make some suggestions, or it will be a separate document, we'll see that. It's outreach, that's also something we're going to discuss tomorrow, outreach beyond Athena, so which is already happening, but also beyond Europe. As Gareth Owens reminded us this morning, it's a global education, higher education is necessarily global, it's not just Europe. And then we've got one last big task and deliverable in this work package, which are training modules to make our employees, our staff, our colleagues ready to work in an international organization. All those who are gathered in this room, we are ready, but it's probably not the case for perhaps the majority of our colleagues. So that's it, and well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. So I'm going to propose something. Since we are half an hour late because of the lunch, let's not skip the lunch. Let's go to the lunch. Our colleagues will drive you over there in order to serve your lunch. And then we are going to continue with Work Package 8 presentation, very fast, and also from the student, a very fast presentation. And we will continue with the second part of the presentation after lunch. Of course, we should be on time, and 4:20, everything should be finished. We will arrange this in order to welcome the music group. We need to install it. So let's go outside to have your lunch, and then with the Work Package 8, we are going to continue immediately after the lunch. 3 o'clock, you should be here, all right? Excuse me, please accommodate. Discipline. Hello, hello. Merle. Okay, we are ready to start. We are going, due to lunch, I will say that we are going to replan. Again, this is agility. As the things are coming, we should reflect our reactions. So we are going to start, I'm pretty sure, with the two most important presentations for the second round of the presentations that will happen. They are coming from our two new partners. So all of us, even though that during the selection you had made a very nice presentation in order to be a member of the Athena during the Orleans meeting, we are very glad to have with us to present their universities and their vision. What do you expect from the Athenas and the Alliance? These two beautiful ladies, Mariabel and Belen, that they are going to present within the next 10 to 15 minutes the University of Vigo. Then we are going to move to the other new partner, Maria Curie Skłoszowa University in Lublin, Poland. And then we are going to have a short break again to rearrange the room for the concert. What is going to happen after the concert? We are going to think. But the most probably we are going to have the city tour. And if we have the time, we are going also to include in this session Work Package 8 presentation as the end of the talks of today. So let's start. Thank you. And I will sit over there to tell you your time.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Before starting, I wanted to congratulate for the organization of this meeting, and your hospitality as well. And also want to acknowledge the possibility to join us to this alliance. We are very happy because for us it's a good opportunity, at the same time a challenge. And for today, I want to highlight a big overview of our country, our region, and also our university. Well, but first of all, I want to ask the question that Kostas first mentioned, what we expect from the Alliance. So firstly, we want working together in order to improve our internationalization of our degrees, master and PhD programs, as well as summer school and continuous learning. And also sharing infrastructures, knowledge, and establish synergies for new research projects. Well, I'm going to start with this map. It's the European Innovation Scoreboard map. As you can see here, as you can see here, Spain and Portugal also is classified as a moderate innovator. In fact, we are ranked in the third level in the UN's Global Innovation Index of the most innovative countries. However, we rank in the 11, sometimes 12, in the number of publications and citations, so in scientific production, because Spain, or the technological efforts in Spain, is about 40% of, if we compare with the US, Germany, or the Northern Europe countries. However, the University of Vigo is considered one of the most technical universities in Galicia, with focus in telecommunications, computer science, industrial engineering, and environmental engineering. Here is Vigo, this dot red. Very close to Portugal. We are in the border, in the frontier, so we consider an Europe region with our colleagues, Portuguese colleagues. These are some basic data about Galicia. The population is 2.7 million. We have a coastline about 1,500, even more if we consider the island. Some data about economy. We have 3 airports, more than 100 ports, and we have a very low industrial surface. And these are another quite good life parameters. Besides the government agencies, we have 3 universities in Galicia. the University of Vigo, of course, and the University of Santiago de Compostela. You probably know that because of the, well, the tradition of this city, and the University of Coruña. And at the same time, we have some specializing campuses, research centers, technology centers, digital innovation hubs, foundation, business incubator, spin-off, cluster, startups, companies. So a huge Galician innovation system. I'm not going to stop in any of this because I have only a few minutes, but many, many options to innovate. Going particularly to the university, we are a relatively young university, about 30 years. We have 3 campuses, one in the city of Vigo, 10 kilometers away the city of Vigo, downtown. Then one in Ourense, is a town about 100 kilometers to the south of Vigo. And another one in Pontevedra to the north. We have about 1,400 lecturers, 20,000 students, and the 3 campuses, as mentioned before, and many degrees, master programs, and PhD. I'll explain later. I have a video here. It's only 1 minute.
Innovation and internationalization. Committed to creating solutions for the society it serves, the University of Vigo has established 3 areas of specialization, which run parallel to the capabilities of each one of its campuses. Vigo Tecnologico, a vital talent center for innovation in strategic sectors. The Campus de Auga in Ourense, with its capacity for outreach and creating economic and social value with water as the focus. And Campus Crete in Pontevedra, which unites and connects art, sports, health, society, and communication. With almost 100 registered patents in the last 5 years and thousands of agreements with businesses and institutions, the University of Vigo reaffirms its commitment to the strategic grouping of research groups, as well as its role as principal investigator on large projects. After several years of financial stability, we have become the only academic institution of the Galician university system with a surplus. We have gone from being a plan to being a future reality. We are the University of Vigo.
So
Your university.
These 3 specialities, and I'm going to center now in the technological one. Oops. So firstly, I want to speak about the teaching. We have many programs in the 5 mainly fields, but I'm going to stand in the engineering and technology. We have 14 bachelors, 4 double bachelor, 3 of them, 3 more in English, 15 masters, and 10 PhD programs. The first one are in the School of Industrial Engineering, and we have Industrial Technologies Engineering, Industrial Organization, Electrical Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, Industrial Electronics and Automation, Industrial Chemical and Biomedical Engineering. The one that in green color are the English versions. These are double degrees, master degrees, and PhD programs. I'm not going to extend, and we can have the presentation if you want. And the School of Telecommunication, we have also Telecommunication Engineering, also in English, and the several master's degrees and also a PhD program. And the School of Mining and Energy Engineering, also 1 bachelor degree, 1 master and several PhD programs. We have also a School of Aeronautical and Space Engineering. We put several microsatellites in the space. And we have a bachelor's degree and 2 master's degrees as well. And the School of Computer Science Engineering, 2 bachelor's degrees in Computer Science Engineering, and a new one that's starting in September, Artificial Intelligence, a double degree and several master and PhD programs. All of these bachelor's, master, and PhD programs have quality standards. We have several agencies at also at a level, at regional, national, and international level. All of them we try to get a continuous improving of all of them. These are big figures for the last year in number of graduates, master, PhD, incoming and outgoing students. I'm not going to stand. And regarding research, we have several research structures. I'm going to show you some figures and statistics as well. These are our numbers. We are about 1,700 researchers, about 200 groups of research, more than 24 million euros in competitive call for projects, another 6 more in contracts, more than 200 patents, and about 30 spin-off bases on knowledge. Well, we organize our research in groups, and then these groups grow into institutes, and then can grow into research centers. We have 3 research centers that are founded by the Galician government because they're scientific quality, and some of them that are, this is, well, I will see that later. This is some inter-university centers. This is one for mathematics. This is for landscape, and this is for economics. And this, some of these research institutes are in preparation. Well, this is a photograph of any of these research centers. The Syntex, I will see later. The Syntex is our research center in technologies, energy, and industrial processes. These are the main lines: electronics and automatic, manufacturing materials, energy, transport, biomedical engineering, and sustainability and natural resources. We have 35% of women in this center, because gender equality is more or less, and about 170 publications per year. This is our Center for Telecommunication Technologies called Atlantic, and these are the main lines: privacy, security, multimedia technologies, 5G, IoT, e-learning, etc. This is a reflection of our R&D funding for the last year, about near 28 million euros. You have the, well, the different aspects. And I want to highlight that we have more than 6 million last year in European funding, and a trend to increase during the last 7 years. And this European one is related to the creation of a new international project office in 2018. We increased in the last year about 15% of the European projects. Well, this is a huge list of the active European projects we have, only in the engineering aspect, many of them. And this has also some collaboration of alliances with different companies and enterprises. We mentioned, well, some of them are, for example, the old Citroën, the one of the automation, and the naval ones, the shipbuilding, sorry. And also, something that is important, we have some engineering student association. In particular, we have Ubigo Space Lab. As I mentioned before, we send several satellites to the space, and this association is for designing, manufacturing, and operation of these small satellites. This one is for the manufacturing of solar power boats, and this is the only Formula student team in Galicia, and many of these can be enrolled in this, well, in this project and in this alliance for sharing these aspects with all of you. Also, we have since, 5 years ago, we obtained the HR award. I was checking and I see that in Greece, there were only 2 institutions with this award, but this means that University of Vigo is aligned our human resources with the 40 principles of the Charter and Code. And we have this award in our webpage, and we are quite proud of this. And you have here the numbers of institutions in Spain, in Europe, and in the Spanish university that have this award. And you can see in the webpage also to check with another one, others, different. Regarding the rankings, I'm also proud to say that our university is near to the 500 universities in the ranking, in academic ranking of world universities, the no ranking of Shanghai. And I want to highlight this, particularly electric and electronic engineering is in the first 400, and also telecommunication engineering is in the first 300. So that is quite good, quite significant. And also the other ranking, we are, it's important also the engineering and technology, we are in this level between 600 and 800. And finally, we have here some future links. And I want to show you, I said before that our university was quite young, less than 30 years, but our technological field started before when we belonged to the University of Santiago de Compostela, which is a 500-year university. And this is the first building, well, it's the same building as now, but it's the first building we have for the School of Engineering, of Industrial Engineering in 1931. And this is today, it's the same building. So we have a very long tradition in industrial engineering, on electrical engineering in our university. And thank you very much. And what? Resalté.
Belén knows better the information. 900, you said? 300 a year, students? Yeah, 900. No. Yes. Mm-hmm. But we can check the exact figures and tell you, okay? Mm-hmm.
20,000, yes.
20,000 students.
The most is in your faculty?
Yes, philology and translation, we have the most mobility, yes. Around 100 incoming students and 120 outgoing every year. Mm-hmm.
But within Athena, we have a department
yes.
or a school within the Athena. This is a quiz, I know the answer. With 100% mobility, with 100% physical mobility. I'm not going to give the answer. Think.
No, it's not so.
No, but we have a school with... I know the country. Okay, so thank you very much again. Muchas gracias. And let's move to the next presenter that comes from the...
Sorry, Costas. I just want to say that we're very happy to join Athena, okay?
We are very happy as well. So the floor is yours, not this one. I will give you this one. So it's better to speak close to the microphone. Okay. Let's go on.
Thanks for coming to my presentation after such a good lunch. And during this session with press conference, I told to journalists that we are very happy to join Athena, and that we knew before that Athena was a top level in education, in science, in management, everything, but we didn't know, we just discovered that this is a very friendly community with sense of humor and with good spirit, and we are proud of being in Athena, but at the same time we are very happy. So thank you again for accepting our application. As you said, just few words about university. So it was established in 1944, right after Second World War in Lublin. And it's a mid-sized university, but still it's the largest university in Eastern Poland, because in Eastern Poland we got not too many universities. And in comprehensive educational program and unique practical courses. And we are proud to be an active partner of many research institutions in Poland and over the world, and also in corporate world. This is not as developed and research cooperation, but still we are working on that. And also we gain some awards like HR Excellence in research. And Lublin, it's a biggest part in Eastern Poland. It's the largest and most dynamically developing. And the point is also that it's very young. When you go through a town, you see that more than half are young people. And when you look at this picture taken from the roof, or I don't know of what, it's a central square. It's called Lithuanian Square. And I guess that average age here is 24 plus minus 1 in this. And I hope you will see and you will enjoy visiting Lublin, because next year we are European Capital of Youth. So we'll have many.
So we know the next meeting where it will happen.
So we'll be capital anyway. And some numbers, we've got 13 faculties, near 80 fields of studies, over 250 specializations, a bit less than in Vigo, because now 18,000 students. We were larger before, like 2 years ago, 20,000. Now, because of demography probably in Poland, we are 18,000, but still 10% of this were foreign students. So it's a quite high rate of internationalization, like for Polish university standards. And also we work on that to attract also foreign students, because I think it's a good, also for Polish students and for foreign students, just to stay together, to work together, to learn together. And it's a part of our mission also to promote this internationalization. And okay. And we've got our rector, as probably as in your universities. The difference is that today he has a wedding of his daughter. I don't know if other rectors today have wedding of daughter. And also we've got 4 vice rectors. One is just specially dedicated to cooperation with business, because we try to move forward in this direction. One guy is for science and international cooperation. Also, Dorota is sitting here. She is vice rector for students and quality of education. And one lawyer, Arek Bereza, is for general affairs. We also have a very strong lady chancellor taking care of money, because probably she doesn't think we are very serious. We provide education at 13 faculties, and it's a kind of complete university. We've got art, both music and fine art, biology, chemistry, economics, languages, philosophy and sociology, history, mathematics, physics, earth sciences, pedagogy and psychology, political sciences, and law. In Poland, we say that 13 is not a good number, but so far so good. And facilities and benefits. We created last month, and I think it was a good move, a welcome center. And this is a multinational team of young people whose goal is to implement tasks related to to adapt, to welcome, to help newcomers, new students from abroad to settle in Lublin and to get friends in Lublin in different departments. Also, we've got knowledge and technology transfer. A botanical garden. It's a huge area with little mountains, lakes, and the main goal is to protect endangered species. And also, we've got a chat kazaka. It's called, I don't know how to translate, like a cabin of a student. And its facility contains student radio, TV station, theaters, cinemas, and different kind of performances. And also, it's a good and bad. Good that this is, and bad that it competes with going to classes, because there's so many things going on. And also, we got a quite strong sport team, like in American style. So in the last Olympic Games, only our students got 3 medals, one gold, 1 silver, and one bronze. Okay, and some, according in research, so we've got 23 research institutes with quite advanced research, and around 1,600 teachers involved in research. And 15 of members of our community are included in a top 2% list of most cited, most influential in science. I mean, 15 is not much, but 2% is also not much. And okay, we publish around 2,500 papers a year. Some are very good, some are just not good, but fine. Okay, here it's a picture of a central campus with a rectorate and different institutes and faculties. And here it's an analytical center for technology, advanced environmental research. We call it Ecotech Complex, because one is bio, one tech, and there are four different disciplines represented in this quite big research center. I showed before the central campus, but we have a brand new West Campus with 3 different institutes and quite old, but still good student residency part. I mean, we are not that old. Here in this building, it's called Helios, in 7th floor, I used to live as a student. It's a good memory. And this is a campus map, so you will receive while you will visiting Lublin. So I skip just the slide. That's a central place with a memorial of a monument of Maria Curie. And what does one expect from the Alliance? I think in terms of science, just strong research partners to apply for European grants. But from academic, it's a double degree program with a partner institution, collaboration with, and I think that this internationalization, we work hard since 2 years to increase the rate of our students, as you ask, how many go abroad. So around 2%, even less, only for exchange. So I think that for us, it's a challenge to attract our students to that kind of activity, because we think this is a part of education. So as I also said in this press conference, that now we've got a war in Europe, and this is really bad. And the main thing is to prevent such things in the future, like war, is to show to young people that they are very similar, that they think together, they can work together, they can not only collaborate, but just be friends. And we think that kind of exchange is very important. And now we work slowly in this direction, but we think that our the fact that we join Athena is like to jump into express train in this direction. And, okay, because I'm running out of time. And we already started to say to students about Athena. Also, we are online, so in all our services, Athena today, it's a main word, which you can count how many times appears. And we think that we will be able to really to collaborate in this area and to bring some new energy and initiatives and ideas. And we are, again, very thankful for accepting us. Very much. Perfect, like from Lublin, eastern part.
Thank you very much. And now I think that we are going to proceed with the music break that we are going to have. No, it's going to be inside, so I will need your collaboration. We need to reconfigure the room very fast. I think that, you know, the group will be here at 4:30. So if you don't mind, I mean, if you don't mind, you can stay here, but we are going to arrange the room. Otherwise, you can have your coffee in order to continue very fast at 4:30 with the music break, and then we are going to have the city.
I'm not far.
Okay. in the city tour, and then we are going to give you guidelines for the dinner.
So, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. So, we are having an interval in our discussions about the progress of the ATHENA Alliance, and we are very happy to welcome here the new Cretan Quartet, which is a quartet created by new musicians who correlate with Crete, especially Heraklion, City's Music School, and the Cretan Symphonic Orchestra of Young. We would like to thank the municipality of Heraklion and especially the Deputy Mayor, Mrs. Rena Papadakis-Kalidi, that gave us the chance to hear today the new Cretan Quartet, and I will straight give the floor to Yorgos Demertzis. We are proud to have with us Yorgos Demertzis. He is the director, the music director of the new Cretan Quartet, and he is one of the most famous Greek violinists of all times. So I would like to thank him for his participation, for coming here to the Hellenic Mediterranean University, and for supporting our activities in Athena European University. Thank you, George. The floor.
Let me welcome you, and at the same moment ask for your forgiveness for my inappropriate dressing, because I was not prepared to speak at all. So forgive me. And I would like just to make a small introduction of the young musicians that participate to the new Cretan Quartet, and tell you just directly why new Cretan Quartet, because they are young. Yes, they are very young. Yannis is just 16 years old, but the reason is a little bit different. There was a Cretan Quartet just before the war that was dissolved because the first violinist, the father of the famous architect Dimitris Andonakakis, died in a very early age. He was a violinist, and he was born in Odessa. Well, any coincidence might sound now very coincidental, but it exists. And I am afraid I don't know with whom he started to play the violin. Was it Stoliarsky, the very famous teacher of David Oistrakh and Nathan Milstein, or somewhere else? Well, he came back to Crete to his family, and he created another family. As I told you, his son is the famous architect Dimitris Andonakakis, and his great son is another Dimitris Andonakakis, who is a very good violist, my student. Now, on the program, that is the main reason I would like to speak to you. We have two works from Cretan origin composers. The first one is of the very well-known and famous Mikis Theodorakis. He was not born in Crete, but he's of Cretan ancestry, and as you might know, he died a year ago almost, and he was inherited in the village where his family is coming, in the Galata of Chania. You all know Mikis Theodorakis as a composer of this so-called popular music without being what it is called in the West pop, exactly. Few people know that there was a symphonic past of this composer, and actually that there was just symphonic or classical when he started to study music and write music. It was somewhere in the 50s when he might have his biggest success as a classical composer, having won an international competition for composers with the first prize, which he took from the hands of Dmitri Shostakovich himself. And while he had performed his famous ballet Antigone by the Covent Garden in 66 continuous performances, the story says that Igor Stravinsky was in one of them, and he announced Mickey is one of the greatest composers of 20th century. And it was on that moment that he decided to write his famous songs, starting with Epitaphios, if you know this work. And when we had this change in political situation in 73, 74, he came back, and few people know that he came back also to his symphonic work, writing operas and symphonies. It was, allow me, who discovered this unknown work for many years, his chamber music, and especially quartets. And we had the chance to perform it in Athens, and now it is published and more widely known. We are going to perform for you the second string quartet, which has also a name. It is Kimiterio, that means the graveyard, the graveyard. And the work itself, it is based on a poem by Dionysios Solomos, our national poet, if you want, that refers to the crazy mother. That is the name, if I could translate it, not very poetically, but in its true sense. The second work that we are going to perform for you, it is written by Aristidis Andonakakis, the founder of the Cretan quartet, and as I told you, the father of the great architect Dimitris Andonakakis, Aristidis Andonakakis. And I think what you are going to hear might be the very first work written for string quartet in the island of Crete. You might consider or maybe imagine that music life in Crete, just before the war especially, was not what you would expect in a European or maybe Western country. It was much more based on folk material and things like that. Aristidis Andonakakis had a culture of a Western music, and he tried to teach that in this island. And we know this work actually from a student of his, the famous musicologist Phivos Anogiannakis, who comes from Heraklion, I think. And he let us know about the existence of this work, which reminds to everybody not a very Cretan folk work, but the remembrance of his European and Western knowledge of music. Thank you very much.
Just a moment. So, thank you very much for this excellent performance. We have to mention the names of the musicians. So it's Yannis Magiropoulos, violin. Giorgos Klavioras, violin. Stefanos Simeonidis, viola. And Kostis Spiridakis, cello. And the director, Giorgos Demertzis. Thank you very much. It was an excellent performance. Thank you very much.